Good morning, good evening, and good night. I'm Execute. Welcome to the Inforunners, and I'm joined today by Algared. How are you doing on this balmy 5 a.m.?
I'm fairly well.
It's
Not
actually,
bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, but I'm here.
I'm regretting the choice of shorts. It's actually cold here at the moment. I had the beanie on
It
earlier,
is.
so yeah.
It is chilly here today as well.
Took a turn for the worse. Right, so today, straight cab off the rank, we're going to do an A1 Spirit giveaway. If you would like to get that A1 Spirit, part 2 of our video at Citizencon, I did tell people that would be given away there as well. So if you would like to win an A1 Spirit, please go to said's video, like, comment, subscribe, and if you are there, we'll do a draw here while we're live, and you will win an A1 Spirit, which is kind of annoying to me because I've been using it for bunker runs to try and get all the helmets. So I'm going to lose that today, but that's
So he's going to be feeling naked in game because he won't have his favourite current ship.
Yep, I've been enjoying it quite a bit. It's flying it a bit more long term. You start to see some of the issues with it. Like it has this, because it's a very flat ship. It is a lot more prone to breakage when landing. So, but the one thing it really does have over, say, the other medium ships is speed. That thing can get up to speed in 3 seconds. It's nuts. And I mean top SCM. It is built for speed. So yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I certainly found the speed in the few times I've taken out that you got this real sense of going out of a hangar. Usually when I go vertical, it's like waiting, and that was like I was up there, you know. So it does feel quite fast. So yeah,
absolutely. For me, it was the same. I'm gonna put the bot on in a second as well. So that's the first thing to get out of the rank, and we'll try and remind you guys a few times through the stream about that giveaway. What we're also planning to do today is Algared and I wanted to go through the Squadron 42 trailer that they dropped at actual Citizencon, and unlike a reaction video that we've seen a lot of people do, we actually want to kind of tell you what they all mean, because there was some stuff in there. Me and Algared saw it. It's like, yeah, they talked about that, but it was 7 years ago. So there was a lot of stuff that was promised, and one of the things we did like too, just as a tidbit, was just how it showed a lot of updated things that they hadn't shown in years. That's another part of it. So we're going to go through that and show you what it all mean to us. Algared still hasn't a chance to watch all the presentations because obviously he was at work on Monday, so he missed half of it. But you've got almost all of them done, haven't you?
I certainly got the Squadron 42 announcement video done, and I don't know whether some people have heard me say it, or seen, you know, but all through it I'm going, yes, and I'm doing fist pumping because it was like, you know, things that they'd promised, things that they'd said were there, and we were getting updated graphics, and even the things they talked about in panels, like, you know, the cloth and the hair. You were seeing that actually in the videos as they were doing it. And I was just like, oh. Yeah, I was gushing. You know, what more can I say?
Yeah, that's right. That's right, Asmund. You can win a used A1. I love that. Yeah,
that's right. Would you buy a car from this man?
Just slightly damaged. The wing falls off.
That's why I should get the ships to in the giveaway piles, because I don't use them because I've got my own.
Yeah.
So you get a new ship. See, X tries to say that I'm the used car salesman.
But it's like those things for famous people, like Marilyn Monroe, where they buy her underpants for $1 bajillion. You know, it's one of those things. You know, used by Execute.
So Execute's now trying to say that he's famous, and you're getting his underpants. No,
not really. There's some pretty big underpants that you're getting. But anyway, so we're gonna look into that as well. Yeah, I've been doing the helmet hunting. I know you haven't had a chance to do that. So I've been using it for that. It's been interesting because the bed logging. There's a series of other ships I could use. Like I could use the Cutlass, or I could use the Freelancer. You know, so I'll probably, once I get rid of the A1s taken away from me, I'll probably go back to using the load of Cutlass I've got. But I've got 6 of the 9 that I need, and I've got the 2 horror ones. The one that's eluding me that I'm worried about is the Vandal one, as apparently the drop rate's like 1%. But I've only got 2 bare ones to go in the Vandal.
Yep.
So we'll see.
So I'm going to jumping because it's not a question, but it is a question. John Priest says to me, "Did you break into tears like Execute did?" And I've got to say no, and that partly because I didn't watch the Star Citizen of a Squadron 42 in context with Chris talking beforehand and afterwards, and as I'm told, seeing the standing ovation at the Citizencon. I just watched the video they put out.
Yeah.
But my very first reaction was vindicated.
Which you did message to me straight away.
That was the very first thing I sent to Execute. Vindicated.
Yeah.
Because that's how it felt like. It felt like, yes, everything that has been said has been done or is there. And, years ago they talked about boats, and there were boats, and then they talked about, all the things they talked about, you could see, and it was like, and it looked freaking great without going in and giving spoilers. It gave snippets of the cutscenes, and you could see your character in those cutscenes. Yeah. And
so I think we'll go through that today because there's no ISC, and I think that will be really good. We've been asked. Someone asked us if we were going to go through and what was it? Someone asked me something about breaking something down, and I said, yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea for an episode. And you know how I normally write them down? I didn't write it down, and now I'm kicking myself because I remember it was a good episode, and I meant to ask you, and I forgot, and I've just realised I've forgotten.
If you asked Execute if we're going to break something down,
yeah, there was something about breaking it down. They asked me in voice, by the way.
So if you're the person who was speaking to Execute in voice and you asked him that question, you write it down in chat so that we actually know what it is, so that we can record it.
Yeah. I have been going out of my way to spend a lot more time on the Discord lately. I do want to get back into talking a lot more with people about the game. So yeah, I'll be trying and endeavoring to get on the Discord. I've probably been on there in the last 4 hours, but obviously it's Aussie time, so it might be a bit different for you guys in the up over, but I will be endeavoring to get on there a lot more when I can and just hanging out. A lot of the time I spent there just on my own. It's been a bit awkward, but then other people turn up, and so I'm going to try and get a voice convo going more and more. I'd like that to be a place where people can talk. All right. Yep. So one of the things that came out of that Algared that I told you before the show, I want to go over something that someone kind of brought to my attention. I haven't set this up yet, so I might murder this. No, I didn't, and I've gone to the wrong one. But, this is something I do need to talk about, actually, real quick. Where was it? So I've got to go to our stuff. Hang on. Yep. I'm really bad at Twitter. This is going to take a moment. Right. So I made this post today because someone contacted me that went to Citizencon, and they actually say they talked to John Crew, and John Crew said to them that the cutter's got nothing to do with the Reclaimer. Long story short. And so my whole tinfoil hat theory is destroyed, and that's okay. That's what it is. That's why I do this. It's speculation, a bit of fun. And I'm just asking John Crew for confirmation. He'll probably never reply because that's what he's like with me. But yeah,
part of the reasoning for that, and one of the reasons we've always, we took the bent that the cutter was to do with the Reclaimer was because the cutter was the name of the snub ship that was listed with the Reclaimer.
And what John said was Chris Roberts said that name was too cool for a snub.
Yep. It sounds kind of true. It's got that real ring of truth to it.
Yeah.
So.
And he sadly said he also followed up and said, will it get another snub then? And he basically said more than likely it'll just get some kind of drone now. He says the Reclaimer was that old that it's basically changed, long story short. And which is fine. You got to remember it was 2013. That's 10 years ago, so that's almost 10 years it's a month of 10 years.
Although when you told me that, my reaction was that's a shame.
Yeah.
And my reasoning for it being a shame is that the Reclaimer already has drones, and so if you give it a drone, it's kind of like, But I'd love to see have a snub ship. One of the things I even raised during the week was the possibility that the MPUV variant with the cutter could be the snub, but if John's going down that line, even that idea is by the board. Please, John.
Kinsler...
Please rethink that. please.
Kinsler Obakan,
Yep.
thank you for $4, and he's given us a coffee sticker, so I assume it's for coffee. Thank you for that, Kinsler. Right, so what was meant to go into at the start was this image, right? And so me and this gentleman, I do forget his name, I do apologize for that, were going through all the ships, and this is the real one that is the most hardest to identify, right? I've had people say it looks like a spirit. I've had people say that it looks like a galaxy. I've had everything under the sun at this point, right? And so the thing that really starts with me is the human figure here, right? And one thing you'll notice if you watch the trailer yourself, and we'll go over it when we go through the video, right? But this one I want to play out specifically because it talks to something Algared and I have talked about, and I want to present this to him because he's going to have an aha moment, and I want to see if you can catch it on his face. Right, so that's the size of the guy, right? So what I went was, okay, what is the size of the Crusader Spirit? And you can see here that its length is 46 meters, right?
Yep.
Now, roughly knowing that this model is 1.8 meters tall, I then did this, right? So this is just this guy, and I inverted the color, and
You've
basically
lots of times I'm laying down.
Yep.
Okay.
And I'm just going to do this on screen for you. No one else will be able to see this, but from memory, it was so it's 1.8 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, right? Times 13. Now, this is just rough math, right? Really rough, right?
Yep.
Or 13 times 1.8, I've stuffed that up, 23.4, right? And then if you actually go look at the list of ships, you can see all these ones here that basically are around, oh, okay, this is reset itself, hang on. After I refresh, so I'll just set the length again. Right, so you can see here roughly you're looking at things like Mustangs, you're looking at Pirate Gladiators, Talons, a lot of starter ships, you know, Avenger ships. So you're looking, you know, essentially Aurora to Nomad type of distance, right? Because again, it's in the 23 in here somewhere, right? Right. So it is clearly not a spirit because the spirit is 46 meters, right? And it's not a Zeus because the Zeus is bigger than that. But I went, and this is where the thing that it dropped into me. And I don't know if you can notice the title of what I've called this ship is it's the Crusader Zero. It's a starter ship from Crusader.
Could be.
That explains why it looks like a spirit. It also shows the cargo bay at the bottom there.
You can see the cargo bay down.
And I can't
have a ramp access.
And I can't unsee it now. Because it explains a small ship. Because if you look at any other manufacturer, there's a ship that it would tread on. Right? And so it made a lot of sense. A Crusader ship that's a starter ship. It's got a very similar cab to the Spirit. It's got very similar wings or potentially VTOL. I don't think they're VTOL because, again, if you move to the end of the frame, they look like massive VTOL, but they tend to be just wings. But someone asked me what this giant black square is here. And if you actually zoom in on both the side of the square, you can even see that little white dot on the side of the square. It actually, they look like stairs. You know how you have in a jet where the stairs fold out and you climb up the stairs? I think it's a door, right? And again, if you look really closely at it, you can see things that point to that. There are like black lines in the square above it showing that there's potentially things inside you can see. So there's a hole there. Again, you'll have to look at this for yourself up close to see it. But yeah, I can't unsee it now they pointed it out. Kind of makes sense.
I looked at that and thought it was a ramp. But if you do the length thing, that ramp is about 1.8 meters wide. So it's not really, it certainly can't be the Polaris. My view would be it can't be the Polaris because that's the vehicle wide ramp. And 1.8 is not really, doesn't seem that wide for a vehicle. I could be wrong.
Yep. But also at those size those boxes they're more than likely 1 SCU, and so roughly guessing it's probably about 4 SCU, which is again a very common starter cargo amount. And as the thing I want to get from you though is you and I said there's no Crusader starter, and so I thought that was kind of, it just clicked in my head when this guy said, "What if it's a Crusader starter?" And I just straight down the straight off the speculation lane, you know.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
And you know what's our common line these days? Never say never.
Yeah. So fingers crossed.
Some things are more seem more likely than others. This seems unlikely. You know.
So
a small starter ship from Crusader.
Well, it does explain why it's got spirit-like things in it, like the landing gear and stuff like that, and a few other things. So I don't know. Wait and see. It is definitely a small ship, though. Again, just based on the measurements of that person, you saw me lie them down. You know, it is very rough math. I think you could safely say it's 20 to 25 meters long, that type of thing.
And we did talk about when we're talking this, I think when they first released it, you know, whether those figures are. Because I think every figure almost had that human figure there, and the question was is at the side or in front. But I actually think they're level with it because that human figure is there to show scale.
So just for the people that came back a bit late, Algared, just put your head to the side for a second. You can see there. I've actually taken this. Oh God, this is really hard to do because we're going to go opposites, so it's hard for us.
Yep.
So I took this human figure, which is 1.8 meters long. I inverted it so it was blue, so it was easier to see, and laid them all the way along. There are 13 of them. So at 1.8 meters times 13, that's 23.4 meters, right? So even in the worst math in the world, there is no way that gets near a spirit. It's impossible, right? Because the spirit's, what is it? I've got it here as well. So the spirit is 46.5 meters. That's at least half of what the spirit is, right? So there's just, no matter how bad my math is, it's just you can't get there, right? It's just not possible.
And if you look at all though, I'm pretty certain quite a lot of those silhouette figures had the human there, and the idea of a human is to show scale, and that means they're going to be at the same level in terms of where they are.
Yeah.
There's not going to be. You're going to have the same level of perspective. One's not going to be far away, so it looks smaller.
I just remembered what it was. They wanted us to react to all these ships. I remember what it was. They want us to go through all the ships and tell people what we think they are. So yeah, we might. That's a low-hanging fruit one we can do this weekend. So we might do that one.
Reaction. There you go. I've written it down.
Yeah, good. Before I forget, because I'm the one that always forgets.
I better write episode. Otherwise, I'm going to say what? Reaction.
Yeah. Right, so I don't know. I think that kind of a little bit of food for thought, Algared. I think I did spring that on you, so you're probably gonna have to think about that one for a little bit. I wouldn't let him. I wouldn't tell him.
Something on you. What? Yeah. I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to do it on the stream.
Yeah, because I wanted to see his reaction, but in typical fashion, Algared's just like didn't do anything. I looked at his face. He's just like, yeah, whatever. Anyway,
it wasn't a whatever. It was a yep.
Yeah. How about we do a poll then, and I'll do a poll and we'll ask. Chat what they think. Could this be I'm just gonna do Crusader starter,
and the other answer is never say never.
Yeah. So it just yes, and I'm just gonna go yes and no. That's all I was gonna do.
Luna Mario, what do you mean by Apollo? There's no way it's an Apollo. It doesn't look like RSI at all.
It's not long enough. Apollo's 43 meters. So again, just by using length as a measurement, right, and then looking at manufacturers, so you can go, what manufacturers have ships that are in a small category that are a starter, and then looking at it like, unless it's some kind of fighter by Crusader, which Algared's going to lose his hair over, again.
Please, John Cruise, no.
I think we could say it's something different because again, it looks like the spirit, and that's why I called it. That's why I called it the Crusader Zero, because we've already got the one.
Yeah, it certainly has. To me, it certainly does have those lines that we've seen in the Crusader ships. It does appear to be small based on the human figure for scale. And that's one thing you've got to, when you look at all these ships, you've got to pay attention to that human figure for scale because that's what it's there for. And so that gives you an indication of the size of the ship. So that's where we're coming from in our
It's literally it's literally our best metrics for deduction, other than the silhouette of the ship, right? So it literally, and the other thing you'll notice is they literally go through, as they go through, the ships get bigger and bigger, obviously. So, yeah, it could be any manufacturer. It really could. Someone's saying it could be Anvil. It could be anything. We even looked at Consolidated Outland at one point through the speculation we've gone through. But I think the thing we can agree, like looking at it, is it's definitely a small ship. And it's definitely got some kind of cargo ramp, and that's about it. And again,
I just saw someone say Zeus RSI starter. Well, starter. I wouldn't say RSI starter because they've already got a starter. They've got the Aurora.
Yeah.
And 5 of them at that. So
realistically, it could be any manufacturer, but the way me and Algared look at it, like if you were going to go out of your way to make a starter, you'd make one that doesn't exist, as in a manufacturer. And Crusader's the only real one left, because I think the other one would be an Argo one, right? Because you've got the MPUV and the Raft. So you've essentially got a snub and a medium, but you don't have a small. Again, if you go through and look at what they've said, they're trying to get a ship for every manufacturer, at least at every size. And they don't have that for Argo. But Crusader's even more obvious because they don't have a snub either. You know, so I don't know.
And I'm seeing people say, you know, Carrack rework, too small to be a Carrack rework. Look at the
scale.
Moves his head. X moves his head, and you can see the human scale.
Yep.
That human scale is giving you an indication of the size of that ship.
And when we go through the actual video that we're going to go through today, we will point out the Zeus, because the Zeus is in here. It's not the next one after this, which is like a Mirai ship. It's the one after that. So it just shows you how, because again, that's roughly how big the Spirit is. The Spirit is very similar in size to the Zeus. There's literally a 1 meter difference between the two. And once you see that, like that guy shrinks, he goes to like half this.
Yep.
You know, so
and you see that even on the bigger ships. That little guy is going back. You know, he's getting smaller or larger depending on the size of the ship, and that's because when you do something like this, the human is for scale.
Yeah.
It's giving you an idea of scale.
So literally, what is up for debate is who is this made by and what is it for, right? What is not up for debate is that it is small. There is no way you can. I will never see it as anything but small, and Algared would agree with me on that. Yeah,
100% on the size.
It's got to be a small ship. Just based on the metrics of humans, right? So I will debate. You can tell me whatever manufacturer it is, and I'll go, yeah, possibly, because there's no way I can contest that. I think the only one I'd probably say is it's not a MISC because it's not round.
It's not round. Yeah.
Yeah.
And someone had said MISC, and I was thinking, no, it's not MISC because that's the only. If I look at and look at the manufacturers that have that kind of pointy front, I'd go RSI, Crusader. They're the two that stick out for me.
Consolidated Outland can be in there as well. That's the only other one I can really think of. Because
you've got that kind of point on the on the Mustang, but after that, and it could be any manufacturer that's breaking their mold on their ships, but
and again,
design language.
And again, when we go, you can they can also do whatever they want. So it could be a manufacturer design that is completely skewed from everything else. It could be a whole new manufacturer for all we know. But again, when we do this speculation, we try to limit it, and the very obvious limit here is that it's a small. So
yeah. And as we say never, and that goes for new manufacturer otherwise. But we know that CIG tries to keep things within several things. They try to do. They try to keep manufacturers within the design language for that manufacturer.
Absolutely.
And again, as someone just said, but we've got a Mustang, which is a Crusader starter, which is, and again, as actually was just saying, we go, okay, this manufacturer's got a small ship in that range. This one's got a ship in that range. This one's got a ship in that range. And so
we're getting no.
We're
getting a lot of first-time chatters on Twitch, actually, surprisingly, talking up. So I just want to go through those. So because I like to respond to first-time chatters if I can. So maybe another bounty hunter. Potentially. That was by Shifting Gears. Laid Back says it looks like a Crusader style ship as it also has VTOL. Yeah, we thought it was VTOL, but if you actually go to the very last frame before the ship flicks off, that little foggy box disappears and it's not this big VTOL. It's just this standard wing. It's actually quite small. So what these do are they're like a Fresnel lens and they make them bigger and blurry and they're both different. So you have to kind of look through the whole thing and wait for the box to move off what it's on. And I guarantee if you look at one of the last frames before this box goes off, that thing is not a VTOL. It's just a wing. Or it's a very, very small VTOL. Then we've got Lost Walmart says it looks like a shrunk down landing gear from the Spirit. And that's one of the things that made us think that as well. Spirit could be the starter Crusader. No, it's a medium, so it can't be a starter. It's got to be essentially a small. I feel with the nacelles, it looks like it may be Anvil. Yeah, that's totally possible as well. So that's just like all the people that were just first-time chatters.
I did see someone in YouTube say the Anvil carrot.
The Anvil carrot. That'd actually be pretty funny, actually. But I wish YouTube had first-time chatter function too, because I like to, pull those people into the conversation. So anyway, I think that kind of my little presentation, and I tried not to go too harebrained this time.
Yep.
So yeah, we'll leave it at that.
I did see Luna Maria's comment, or Luna Maria's comment. I'll try and make sure I say your name right. She said, yeah, I went and looked at the Apollo length after I made my suggestion and went, no, it's definitely not an Apollo.
Yeah, yeah. And I've had a bit more time at this than everyone else, because I've been going over this like the last 5 or 6 hours. So yeah. All right, Algared, do you want to give us a question, mate, from the bot?
I have to scroll up the top of the bot because there's
oh shit, there's like a whole page.
There's a page and a bit of questions already. So they don't want us to do a short show today.
No,
we've spoiled them with that 10-hour stream we did for Citizencon, and now they've decided, yes, give us more.
It was more than that. It was 2 of them, but yeah.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
So they now want that. There's now that expectation, clearly. Anyway, so first question. Lazarus says, do you think they will sell MPUV modules? And if so, what new one will they sell? The answer, I think the first part of that answer is yes.
Yep.
Ideally, I think they need to sell just the MPUV without modules and then sell the modules.
Yeah, I think MPUV is a bit of a problem of its age because of the way it's been sold. They've sold them as variants, not modules, and I think eventually when we see that in a game, I think that'll happen to a few ships, don't you, Algared? Actually, like they'll be modules, not variants.
Yeah. And I think if you one of the ships that was in that cutaway was clearly an MPUV. It was clearly an MPUV without the modules.
Yeah.
And it looked like, to me, the MPUV, looked like the original MPUV with a little box for its claw and cutting torch, which made me go, ooh, maybe that could be the cutter for the recliner. But John, please, don't make it a drone. Please.
I missed what Twitch has got this thing when the poll ends, it just deletes it after a minute, like so it doesn't stay up on screen. So I didn't see their reaction. But
yes, it's 66.
That's what I was about. YouTube. Yeah, so I was about to say. So it's about 66%. So that's 2/3. We'll see. That's still.
There you go. Could it be a Crusader starter? Yes, 65%, and no 34%.
Yeah,
131 votes.
So I'd like to, we'll, as I said, when we do that section of the video today, Algared and I will smack the record button and we'll put that up as a video, and maybe in the comments there we'll get some responses from you guys to see what you think, because it's always good when you run through this many people's heads. All right, Algared.
It certainly helps Looney Tune speculation go out, because we go, when you're by yourself, you're always feed upon. So
and you see things that are not there as well.
Lots of people will correct your stupidity and call you into line. JJ has a question. After seeing Squadron 42 gameplay, how far are they? The fidelity. Got to have a shot whenever someone says fidelity.
Yeah.
And whatnot.
Yeah. So those people coming in doing ! giveaway. The giveaway for the A1 Spirit is actually on the video we did for Citizencon. So on the part 2 of day 2 of Citizencon, and just like, subscribe, and leave a comment on there, and I will be doing a draw at the end of the video. For those of you on Twitch, I can't force you to follow, but if you would follow and then just go and do the same on YouTube, I'd appreciate that. It's very hard to get cross-pollination between the two platforms. Obviously, they like to fight like dogs. But yeah, if you want to get a chance to do that, please give us a follow on Twitch.
And we will do that giveaway near the end of today's stream.
Yep. You want to do another question, please?
So, well, the question was still going.
Oh, sorry.
So, JJ's question was, after seeing Squadron 42 gameplay, how far along are they? The fidelity and whatnot. And with that, have they removed Squadron 42 from the pledge? And the fact that they've removed Squadron 42 from a pledge store. Does it seem likely that Squadron 42 is closer to 25 than 24? So, do you think it's going to be more not a 2024 or 2025?
So let's take the removal of the thing first from the store. I think that's because they're coming back with versions. Personally, Algared, what would you think?
Sorry, why
But
do you think they're taking it up?
so like for collector's editions or something like that, so that when it comes back, they're going to come back with different versions.
Yeah, I think marketing will it's a way for a marketing reason.
Yep. Yep.
So,
just to remove confusion, because there's people asking me which video. It's this one here. I will bring it up on my screen ever so briefly. It's this one here that we did. And it'll just be from the comments down here. But what I'll do for you people in YouTube's Twitch is I'll just paste it for the both of you.
So Starter Road, yes, go to the Inforunners YouTube videos, find our Citizencon Day 2 video, and then leave a comment in there for the giveaway, and you'll be in the draw, I do believe.
Yeah, that's actually a really funny irony. So first time chatter on Twitch says, Twinkle the Daft Nerd says, I was actually sad they removed the Squadron 42 from the store because I actually wanted to get it after those clips. Yeah, that's so true. Why wouldn't you have it at back? What perfect time to have it there to buy? Hello? Yeah, that's a really good point. I never thought of that until you said that. Really obvious. But again, already having it, it's not something I would think of. But yeah, that's a how many sales have they missed out on because of that? How many people would have got into it because of that? Yeah, that's a good point.
FM Boyd on YouTube has given us a rainbow and $1.49. Thank you.
Thank you for the
for that super chat.
Yeah.
Look, if you guys give a super chat and chuck a question in the super chat, we'll deal with that question straight away. Never feel you've got to give us a super chat.
Yeah, you're more than, and we do try to get through all of them.
And we do try to get through every question, but we deal with the questions in the order we get them. But if you give us a super chat with a question, hey, we feel there's an obligation to, as we're thanking you for the super chat, to also deal with your question.
It's more that you brought it straight to our attention than the money, to be honest with you.
We get this blue highlight thing on
massive
YouTube.
thing.
Says, hey,
yeah, I get it come up on 2 screens and it like dominates my screen, so it's kind of hard to avoid.
Flash of color in my peripheral vision, you can't miss it, and that's generally why we all notice that.
Yeah.
In answer to your question, JJ, I've been saying all year.
Sorry. Okay, I just have to say real quick. Sorry, if I said day 1, I apologize. I am still bloody tired as hell. If you haven't noticed, we've made some mistakes in the videos this week. And I should probably address that actually, right? So the day before Citizencon, I was absolutely exhausted, and Algared had shit on and arrived late, and I made the decision to record the video because I wanted it out because I knew it would be not as good after Citizencon. And so when we did that A1 Spirit video, there was some stuff that I stuffed up in that in regards to the guns on the Cutlass, and that was because I looked them up very quickly and forgot about the gimbals. And so basically I've done a pinned comment under the video and tried to correct myself. And you might say that's no excuse, but again, I'm just exhausted. And Algared's been tired as well, so we usually check each other, and we haven't had a chance to do that. And then in the very next video we did, I was super paranoid, wasn't I, Algared? The scout one that we recorded, I'm like, no, we can't get this wrong. I'm going nuts, right? And I was exhausted again. And ironically, the very next video that we recorded like half an hour later, I made another mistake, which was the... Oh God, what video was that? That was the Zeus one.
The Zeus.
And we got about halfway through, and Algared said something, and we had to re-record it, right? And he was checking me, and we had to re-record it. So when we actually talked again, we totally forgot to mention the dampener. We forgot to mention the EMP off the MMR, and also when I looked up the details on the Freelancer is so old that I did it so quickly that I actually found an article that was from the old cargo of the Freelancer. And so I just assumed it was the old metric. So it was way shorter than it should have been and completely incorrect. So I actually essentially missed 2 things to talk about, and I made a mistake. So you can tell we don't usually make mistakes. We're probably lucky to make 1 a year, right? But it was just all compounded from lack of sleep. Now, that's no excuse, and I'll own my mistakes, and that's what I'm doing right now. I'm owning them now, and I'm owning them again, even though I posted them in the comments. So I do owe you guys an apology, but I'm just telling you why, because I was literally sleep deprived. So yeah, so apologies for all that. And if you want to hang me out to pasture and never listen to our content again, feel free, because I'm only human and I am going to make mistakes. And I think Algared, you would agree with me, as this game gets bigger and bigger, there is so much more to remember that if I'm pulling up stats from my head or you know, looking up stuff, we've all found stuff at this point that cross-pollinates and makes things invalid. Would you agree with that, Algared, or?
And in terms of the MR, like my view of the MR, even without the EMP and the dampener, is it already trounces the blue. And I also think the fact that we're saying, hey, this trounces the blue, we're kind of already thinking in the back of our head that
well, that's probably partially why we didn't message it in the re-record, because it didn't change the conclusion. And I'm going to be honest with you, it does change the conclusion in the first one a lot more in the spirit video we did, because it just basically brings the cutlass back up on par with the spirit, right? So that's the bigger mistake that I made, right? And again, I think I can kind of I always get confused with numbers. Algared will tell you this, and it was because of the gimbals. And I think that's partially why in the Citizencon they literally said, oh, we're removing the -1 for gimbals, because all of a sudden you can just see it's made just a size 3, size 4. So there's literally just, you know, 5, 6, 7, whatever size of gun now, and there's no complexity to it. It's removed all that confusion. Right, and
it does make it a lot easier and nice. And I know that originally came in as a concession to joystick, because they could never get the same. There was something about you know, the way keyboards and the gimbals work for keyboards and not necessarily work for joysticks. And
you're usually
beyond me, but.
You're usually the stats guy, aren't you, though, right? And I was trying to do it because you were late, right? So it's my fault. I should have let you do it when you got here. But I was trying to speed things up, and that's why mistakes were made.
And sometimes, you know, when you're doing the stats, it takes longer than X wants, because
I am not patient, and I am, and I don't do numbers.
No, no, we got to look at this one. We got to look at this one. Why? Because we got to do the comparison. And you can't find it. You're trolling through 3 or 4 different places to try and hunt down those bits and pieces.
So again, different. We do. Yeah, we both do different things. So I look at more the design and what the ship does and the function, and Algared looks at all the stats. And you get these different
things. And the things, you know, and I like the look. I also look at the look, and I like looking at component placement and those types of things as well. So. So long as the interior and not necessarily the exterior.
So long story short, I hope you kind of accept my apology, and I think Algared, you feel bad about it too. But it was, you know, I don't know. It's partially Algared's fault, but the buck stops with me. So yeah, I hope you'll take our apology and apologize for that. And again,
I kept saying to execute during the week, it's not on you, it's on us. It's 2-man. You know, we're a team. Yeah, not just you. It's a team.
Yeah, but
especially when we're trying to do the checking of each other. And,
so we didn't delete the video. We left it up. We could have re-recorded the A1 video and kind of redone it. But I think what we'll do is we'll just kind of talk about it more when we do the C1, because we know that's coming. And quite honestly, if you watch the A1 video, we talked about half the video about the C1, because it shows the strength and the weaknesses of that ship when it comes along. So yeah, because
we were going to and I'm reminding you now, we were going to do a cutscene of and back to the A1. And do or back to the Zeus and do an addendum to the video, but it might end up we do a short
and it was the same thing with the Zeus. Algared's like, oh, give me 5 minutes and we'll re-record the Zeus one. I'm like, Algared, I've already put it live, and it's got, like, before I got to the end of playing the video, it had 250 views. I wake up the next morning and it's like almost at 10, like, what was it, 9.5K? I was like, I can't delete it now. You know, I was like, oh god. So yeah, we don't like putting videos out that have mistakes in them, but again, if any of you've seen me at AIE and the bags that come under my eyes, you understand. I know we're going to move on because we've carried on too much about this, but yeah.
I think it's a matter of us doing something like we did with the Crusader Crucible, not Crusader Crucible. We did the Crucible deep dive.
A part 2.
And we had to do a part 2 because we're going.
Well, maybe this weekend then Algared will do a spirit. Oh, but the A1. Okay, whoever I give the ship away to, I'm going to hold on to it for another couple of days, and we'll do an A1 Spirit part 2, and then we'll give to that person, and then we'll also do the well, because we're going to do the reaction video now. So that sounds like a good idea, Algared. I'm with you on that.
And then the Zeus part 2.
Yeah. Next question, please.
Puppetry 1, $5 super chat. So we do get to them. I do stick in our big highlight thing.
Yep.
And it says that ship looks like an Anvil Hurricane with Carrack VTOLs. I'll be willing to bet.
Anything's possible.
Never say never.
Yeah, I'd never say never. But as I said, the only real takeaway is that it's a small. At 23.4 meters roughly, and I think you can go 5 meters either side of that because I'm doing rubber band human math, laying them end to end, and I can't exactly get the front and the back, can I? So there's a bit of give there.
So, Spread Dom 2 says, which ship get -1 gimbal? Every gimbal. So the way it works is you've got your hard point. Your hard point, say, a size 2. You put a gimbal on, and the way that works at the moment, gimbal is taking it one of the sizes. So you normally put a gimbal on a size 2 mount. It can only take a size 1 gun.
Yeah.
The starter ships that have size 1 mounts that were given gimbals, they were given special gimbals, which just enabled them to have a size 1 gun. But any other ship, any ship of size 2, size 3, size 4.
You and I were like, that's one of the things I was really paranoid about because of the A1 video, and now that's all simplified, or will be.
And certainly when we were talking about it, you were saying, no, it's this, and it was really going through and saying, but this is a size 1 mount, this is a size 2 mount, and just doing that balance and just getting that.
Yeah. And it made the Zeus video really hard too, didn't it? Like when we got into that one, because there's just so much up in the air right now. We would look at, and that's probably why we missed the dampener and the MP as well, because we were looking at more like, well, we can't compare this with weapons anymore, because that was also, weapons is obviously a really easy metric to go, well, that one wins, but with that removed, it became down to function, and even with the function, as you said, on paper, the Zeus is better, but then there's that person thing. 2 versus 3, and do you need an NPC if you've only got 2 people? And again, the bounty hunter or MR having a gun at the top and a gun at the bottom and a pilot, it really needs those 3 people to be able to shoot effectively, where a Cutlass is built for 2, so they've both got yin and yang. So yeah. Anyway.
Yep. Oh, back to JJ's question about Squadron 42 and its fidelity. Do you think that it's going to mean that, and with Squadron 42 having been removed from the store, do you think that means that Squadron 42 is closer to release in 25 or in 24?
So my biggest concern, I really want to push this off to when we talk about the trailer, because my biggest concern was how clunky some of the first-person shoot combat was. Like there were times where they were shooting down the barrel and it was just like all over the shop, and some of the like I know they're going for a bit of realism, but some of the reloads were just a little weird and stuff. Again, they'll all get refined, I have no doubt, but like I'm just a bit worried about how it's going to play. And the other thing that's really weird, that's never been seen in a game before, is the way the crosshair moves around. Right? That's just so unnatural, because if you think about it, most first-person shooters, people just look at the crosshair and they click heads. Now the crosshair's moving. Holy shit, does that change the game? Like it is realistic, I'll give you that, but man, that changes it quite a lot. Like a normal Counter-Strike player is going to go play that and they're going to freaking hack this. I can see it now. I
have seen games where the aiming is tied to the breathing of a character, and so and so you got to get that right.
Well, that's got more than this, Algared, because they've said when you're injured, it affects it. Like your breathing, you could have a condition. So it is like, I'll totally give them realism. Like it means if you're running, it puts it off. It means if you're moving to the side or.
Oh well, if you're on Hurston without armor at the moment, your vision's blurred. You're walking around like a drunk man. It's so imagine trying to shoot in that condition, and it's going to be all over the place.
So yeah, I've got concerns, but as for release, everything that we've heard kind of points to next year. I heard people like reaction video, people going 2030 and 26. I think they were trying to meme. We will talk about some of those people as we go through the trailer. I think we really need to go through the trailer. I think it's kind of made it clear that we might need to do that first, because that's going to answer a lot of people's questions, unless you think any differently, mate.
I'll say my points on this, because
go ahead.
For ages, I've been saying the monthly reports are saying it's near, it's near. I know people were saying we were loopy when we were saying that. The video vindicated. I think that it's going to be 24. I think late 24. I think quarter 4. And that ties in with the idea that I want to do a kind of launch tour in 25. So I think it's 24, 20, go and stretching into 25. So it's that Q4 24 onwards is the launch date for Squadron. I think they're aiming for 24. It's game development. You aim for it, doesn't necessarily mean you're going to reach it. But that's where I'm at, and I think everything we've seen indicates it's around that.
I think the main reason they didn't want to give a date is if you actually think about how polishing works, and any of you that have watched Bug Smashers would know what I'm about to say, is it can't tell you how long it's going to take to find a bug. You could find it straight away. It could look at some of the bugs they've had, like the one where the ships were randomly exploding. That took them ages to find, right? That took them like, I think it was like 6 months or something stupid, right? They couldn't, and it turns out it was just certain little things moving ever so minutely in the ship and causing one chip damage until eventually the ship exploded, right?
It was the pilot sitting in his ship, and every time a ship moved, he'd bump the ship, cause one damage, and
So long story short, that's just an example of what I'm trying to say is, so you do that across an entire game and to try and find as many bugs as possible and squish as many bugs as possible. You know what, there was definitely little buggy things in this trailer, and I'll point them out as we go through, and as Algared will. We will be stopping a lot as we watch this, right? So I do apologize if you do not want to go through this again. It's just something that me and Algared, well, specifically me, I've dragged Algared possibly kicking and screaming. I don't know if I have, Algared. Are you willing to go through this with me, Algared? Or...
But before we do that, we do have Kyle Smith, $5 super chat. He says, do you think the Zeus ST could signify touring category finding its gameplay via changing to long-distance endurance racing?
Sorry, say that again. I coughed and I...
So, do you think the Zeus ST could signify touring category finding its gameplay via changing to long-distance endurance racing?
Yeah, that's what we talked about in the Zeus video, didn't we? That's literally what we said.
Long-distance racing, priority transport, either of parcels or VIPs.
Yeah, and I honestly think personally why it was cut was because they probably, like, the Mirai Fury ship that's in this trailer is probably another larger racing ship. They probably want a few racing ships to release at the same time, because it's kind of going to be shit. It's like, oh, cool, I got a large racing ship, but I got no other ships I can race against other than the same ship. So I think they might like one or two other medium ones, and they'll release them either close or at the same time, unless you think different there, Algared.
Yeah, I'm not sure. One thing that I thought of what may not have been released is just the interior of a luxury ship would need to be different from the way they've got it laid out. So it'd be a complete interior rework, just in terms of where everything is in the ship. So maybe I'm just off my rocker. Maybe it means that it doesn't have a cargo. That's where the luxury section... I have no idea. But if it's a luxury touring ship, then, yeah, who knows?
All right. Algared and I are going to be recording this. This is a thing that we're going to put up. So I'm going to do a little intro here. So, hang on. I don't want it to play, right? I want that there, but I want it... No! God damn it, I'm not good at YouTube with the playing of videos. All right, get out and refresh. Full screen. Don't play. And you play anyway. Ah, you son of a bitch. Right, it's just going to play anyway. There's nothing I can do to stop it, Algared. It hates me. Right, I'll leave it there before we play. Right, here we go. Doing a little intro. Hitting the record button, Algared. Here we go. G'day, world of the Inforunners. I am Execute, joined today by Algared, and we're going to be going through the YouTube trailer of Squadron 42, and we're going to be giving you our thoughts and actually sharing some of the stuff that we find interesting in the video. There's been a lot of reactions to this video, but we want to actually show you what it kind of means and some of the tech and stuff like that. So there's going to be a little different spin on what other people have been doing. Algared, is there anything you want to say before we kick it off?
Nope.
All right.
From drool.
We will be stopping a lot, though, with this one as well. So, yeah. All right. Let's kick it off.
Archangel 6, come in.
Go for 6.
I'm getting a faint contact on bearing 287. You picking that up?
Yeah, got it. Scanning now.
All right. So the Vega system. Algared, coming out of the Vega system. Why is this important?
Vega system is where Squadron 42 basically kicks off.
Mm-hmm.
It is, we have the Vandal attack of Vega 2, I think it is, which a couple of years ago, and that was huge. It's also where Admiral Bishop basically boots them out of Vega. So we get a first human victory. Vega is also has the jump point to systems that we've previously lost to the Vandal. So it's kind of a front line against the Vandal. So,
and we suspect there's a jump point from Vega to Earth.
And there's probably a jump point from Vega to Earth or one of the other systems to Earth,
because if you
which
go
will result in Earth getting smashed.
Yeah, if you go look at there's very noticeably something missing between Sol and Vega. I'm just going to go forward a little bit more here, Algared.
Very clear. Commercial vessel out of Vega 3. Provided that civilian traffic is restricted under lockdown.
Okay, F7A. So this is the military version of the Super Hornet or Hornet that we have. It was only ever once sold as a skin, and it's technically like a virtual skin kit. I don't know how else to explain that, like a 3D skin. So you can actually get this. It was originally sold for one day on Veterans Day for $18, and now
$20. It was actually $20.
Well, I remembered it at 18, but whatever. And basically, it turns any ship you have into to look like this one.
It was like a Ferrari kit for your Mini-Moke or your Beetle.
But what I'm suspecting is it'll be available to let you buy in the universe potentially. I'm actually thinking that a part of one of the ships that it might unlock is this one as you play through. We'll have to wait and see. I could be completely wrong on that, but it would be interesting. It seems to be, as you play through the game, you are essentially building rep with the UEE, and it'll unlock ships that you have available to purchase, much like the Lightning, the F8 Lightning. I think it might be similar to this, but I could be absolutely wrong, but we'll see.
I have a feeling you might be right, mainly because the F8 Lightning is the mainstream fighter for the UEE, which means the F7A is slowly being discontinued and pushed out of the out of the Navy, and so they're going to be selling off the old surplus stock. That's my guess. Doesn't mean I'm right. No,
we'll find out.
Copy that.
Find out.
Archangel, this is Algared.
Definitely a lot of upgraded tech here over the last time we saw. I think the closest one to this, Algared, would be the Super Hornet trailer. Do you remember that one way back in the day when they had the what was it? It was a Super Hornet and it was following a particular ship, and I can't remember which one it was. Do you remember the one I'm talking about? And it's shooting the shit out of it. And that's, again, there's all these hallmarks you'll see all the way through the trailer where it flashes back. You'll remember things, or me and Algared remember things doing this so long, that go back all the way along, and it's just an update here, an update there, an update there. And it's, again, if you haven't been here that whole time, it won't mean the same thing to you. But it's really cool how they've done this trailer, just all these subtle cues for how long you've been here. Right.
Well, if you look at the original trailer for Squadron 42, where the Vandal were coming over and attacking the carrier, and you look at the standard of the asteroids and the ships and the lighting then compared to now, and it is chalk and cheese. You're sitting there. I was sitting there just salivating over the way the lighting was hitting the ships, and the shadows were falling, and all of those little things, which for me was saying, "Wow, this tech has come a huge way."
There's a scene specifically, Algared. We'll go through it then, because there's that one with the cinematics. I think that's a good place to talk about it. But yeah, you are not wrong. All right, here we go.
Bravo Echo for immediate tasking.
Copy that. On our way.
Good music there too.
Yeah, bro.
So this whole scene is an update of the one from the trailer where it shows, and this is just insane. Like it's night and day between the old one and this whole next scene we're about to see with Gillian Anderson too. So we'll talk about it. I think we'll talk about afterwards, Algared. Do you want to talk about after it?
Yeah, so Second Fleet is also the fleet of which the Squadron 42 belongs to. So this is...
And it's a bit weird because normally you break up into different battle groups and they're all together in one in this shot as well. So they've obviously come together for something.
So it's either this... There was some... with the Vega to attack, the attack that the Vandal did on Vega 2, there was a complaint in the lore that Admiral Bishop had his fleet nearby and basically had not, basically they were saying he was responsible for this because his fleet wasn't there to defend them. And what they'd done is they were away and it was an ambush to smash the Vandal. And I'm wondering whether this is actually pre the Battle of Vega. And Admiral Bishop's pulled his fleet away. The Vandal have come in and hit Vega, and then he's come in and smacked the Vandal, and so we're seeing firsthand the actual result of.
Well, that leads credence because we know the player character survives the Battle of Vega.
Yeah.
So I'm starting to think somehow you get separated from your captain, which is Gillian Anderson, and she gets something happens to her, and then Bishop gives a shit because it's his daughter, and you get pulled in with Bishop because you're a survivor of that, and he wants information off you. We'll see.
The other thing, as you see in the shorts, is Bishop at Vega after the battle. And that's something we saw in shorts early on.
All right.
Also, what we see here, so, yeah.
Do you know what the naming conventions for javelins are?
I can't recall.
Yeah, because all the ships have different conventions. So this is a gauntlet. I do know the Bengals are based off cats, and I think there's one for a few of them. So you'll have to go through them and figure them out. But yeah, gauntlet makes it sound like it's some kind of armor or weapon. But we'll see.
What you really want to do is talk to Jail. Jail is the guy who tends to do a lot of knowing the naming conventions. Paul's probably got a better idea as well because that's what he does. But I used to know, but I've forgotten.
That's all good. Right, so this first little bit that's here, I think is a bit awkward. I think they should have actually labelled what they're trying to show here, which is obviously character creation for those who've seen the panels. But yeah.
But I think even in terms of the game, it's trying to also get you.
But a couple of hours ago, proximity
feeling
sensors
for
on the
the
other side.
characters and feeling for the different crew and that. But again, you're seeing character creation. You're seeing the variation of characters you could have.
Out of the jump got twigged. Word is it might be that clan we've been battling with. I guess that last fight didn't scare them
off quite like we all hoped it would. Honestly, we've been out here so long, I don't know what to
pull for anymore. I just wanted to let you know.
I'll write as soon as I can. Stay safe. Your loving son.
And I do believe that last character is our character.
Never gets old, does it?
Sir.
Eddies. I used to do the same thing when I was first coming up. Post up to the flight deck whenever I could to watch the launches. Have you seen the F-8s up close?
No, sir.
The thing's a beast. Nimble, too.
12 maneuvering thrusters and 3 mains. It sure sounds like it. Sir.
I saw you apply to the Flight Academy again.
Yes, sir.
Keep your head up. Took me a couple times before I got in.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so massive update. So this was really shown off a lot in the last time we kind of got the vertical slice, wasn't it, Algared? A lot of this scene was same thing with the whole fleet thing, and you'll see homages to the vertical slice all the way through this trailer, and that trailer is now over 5 years old. So yeah, I don't know what to say there. It's just it's vastly improved. I will say Space Demander did a really good video where it actually shows he actually has two browsers open. He has scenes side by side. So I will give a tip of the hat to a fella in front if you do want to see a side by side comparison and just how much it's improved. But there is a scene later on in this video, actually multiple scenes that show you how they've upgraded as well. So yeah, anything you want to add there, Algared?
My memory is we started on the Idris, so this was quite nice to see you're actually starting on the Javelin, and it made sense of some of those scenes about wanting to join the Navy and all the rest of it, and so yeah, it was nice, and the graphics are just so much updated and better than what we saw in the earlier one and now. So
that's what a lot of people that reacted to the video were saying is like, how many 4090s am I going to need to be able to play this thing? Because the graphics just look so good. But with the performance games we're getting, again, look how well the game's kind of running now. Like, most people are getting around 60 frames on an older card. Combine that with the DirectX 12 and Vulkan improvements, I don't think it's, and we're getting double the performance from that. Yes, it might take a step back with the lighting, and also they're even building their own version of essentially frame generation to help older cards. So I think they're really going out of the way to try and suck as much out of every graphics card as possible. So we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I think it's going to run better than people expect. All right. There was people. Sorry, I have to stop here. Right, there were people that thought this was the game.
Yeah,
they didn't realize until Chris came up. Oh, you can go to Earth. Like, it was real funny. Anyway.
Yeah, I thought that was quite novel as well. But the transition there was so smooth that they didn't realize that this was not the game scene.
Yeah,
and I think that speaks for the graphics of what we've just been looking at, that the switch was so smooth and seamless that they assumed that was part of a game, and it was like, wow.
Welcome to Cloud Imperium Games Manchester Studio. I'm Chris Roberts, and I'm pleased to announce we have just passed a major milestone. Squadron 42 is now feature complete and has entered its polish phase. To celebrate this milestone, we've gathered some of our core leadership together to share what this means.
As Chris says,
so this studio, I don't think we've ever seen this before, Algared, unless I'm mistaken. This new Manchester one, they've never we've seen Discolandia walk around in it, but we've never seen people in it, have we?
Or seeing it with staff filling it up.
That's about it.
I think we may have seen stills on Twitter.
Yeah.
Photos, but not film footage, no.
Moved into the polish phase of Squadron 42, which means extra emphasis on ensuring things feel fun. This means focusing on... So,
a couple of things I want to state here. Really laggy. Again, this is what polishing phase is all about. I can't say a single person that didn't react that didn't say this looks laggy as shit. But that's why, again, clear optimization. And I think the other reason I deliberately stopped here is obviously the tick miner, definitely in the game. And they look really good to me. Well, what you can very briefly see of them.
Yeah, and I saw people say, a spider thing, new ship. No, not a new ship, sorry. It's just the old Grey Cat Cinders miner.
One of the oldest art assets if you look around. It's been around since pre-hangar. it's that old. So again, for those of us that have been around a long time, new.
For old backers, it's something that it's a bit like the Zeus. Everyone wants it. They keep saying no.
Which is why Algared and I said the landminer should have been Grey Cat. But yeah, we'll see.
Yep.
We'll see what happens there. All right, here we go.
Small and large elements of the game, such as dialing in combat encounters, but also looking at the feel of how you control your character or vehicle and making sure it's immersive as possible. We've paid extra attention to how your character reacts when in their ship, so that you...
So one of the little problems I had here was I hate how, like, a lot of the targeting stuff is... I don't know if it's good or bad, you tell me what you think, Algared, but like, what we're used to in game with all the glowy parts that go around the ship, they've just made them simple colors. Now, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it definitely makes it look older, not newer. But maybe that's a part of it. They want these ships to look older, like, because I know where we are now is pre Squadron 42. So I don't know. What's your thoughts on that, Algared? Just having the plain color markers.
I'm not sure. One of the things I just thought they were trying to show here was just the combat aspect, but also as you're flying around, you're actually seeing the lighting, all those aspects of lighting come in. So you've got even though you're in a shaded out area, you've still got light coming off and hitting that ship.
Okay.
Feel like an actual pilot, whether that's firing your weapons, taking hits, or punching the afterburners to get to cover. Ship AI has also seen huge improvements, with closer engagement distances and more varied behaviors. And with our new precision targeting mode, the action has never been as close. With the aim now on polish, we've organized the project.
And this was this was the first scene where I went, holy shit. Just the textures are at another level. The quality of them is really high res. You've got little bat creatures flying. So you know those bods that I was talking about? They're probably the same thing in this game. They got little bats flying above. You can even see the atmospheric things that you'll see in later scenes up in the air, so we can tell that we're on the same planet as that. Yeah, it's pretty nuts, and obviously boats confirmed, but yeah, it's just all those pieces of tech for years and years and years that we've seen all come together, and this is the first scene that I just mouth open type of thing. Anyway, you were going to say?
One of the things I did like with the that combat scene previously was the ship you were targeting was outlined in red.
Yep. As
you were targeting, so it helped clean up the HUD a little. So one of the things I did used to dislike was the HUD would get so cluttered you couldn't see what you were doing. And
so that's a part of that zoom in thing, Algared. Do you remember how they were zooming in? Yep. I don't know if you've seen that in the thing, but you can zoom in and paint things now. So obviously with a smaller ship, it paints the entire ship. But yeah, that is cool. Nice. It is cool though.
And even even that idea of zooming in and specifically targeting a weapon or a component is not new. That's something they've talked about. Oh.
They did. It was. You can still do it in game right now, but it's not quite done the same. You can sub-target components, and that's always been a thing for years and years and years. So yeah. All right.
Project into self-sufficient strike teams, so we can focus on individual areas.
Because they've talked about boats in the past, and this is the first time we've actually seen boats. So
yeah, and that's how we knew water tech were going to be a part of it. But water tech was new this year as well. So yeah,
to deliver the best experience.
My camel, obviously.
This allows us to bring all disciplines together with a uniform.
So nice vines here. Like we haven't seen a lot of regrowth or plants and stuff and worn vegetation. We know it was there, and we know that they want to show that aging over time. But this is the first time we've seen it in kind of more in-engine. There's not really a lot of it. I think the only one I can think of right now is Ghost Hollow, and it doesn't really have quite as much as some of the other stuff you'll see in this, because obviously they're working a lot more on Squadron 42.
Vision of enhancing the gameplay by seamlessly blending it with polished visuals, final cinematic performances, and our ever-improving technology.
You didn't see the boat, kid. You're good to keep going.
Just realised I'm talking, you can't hear me. My bad. Massive down, Algared. I wonder how much gameplay is in that, and there's several scenes throughout this game where they show you something, and I go, wow, what's going to be in there? And this is one of them. Like, what is in the dam? Like, you're not going to make a whole dam and not put something around it. So yeah. And
you know that there's something there because A, your character's trying to get to that location, but B, you've also just had the Cutlass fly over and go in. So there's obviously a base behind there and a landing pad or something. So
and more than likely, being in a boat essentially going upriver, you know you've got to go through the dam because there's nowhere else to go when it's a dam. It's obviously trickles down rivers. So yeah, logical. All right.
We're also dialing in gameplay features, such as the ship flight model, for both atmosphere and space, which covers master modes, control surfaces, and our gold standard HUD and MFDs.
Now, I don't know if you noticed here, some of those bridges, they almost look like monorails or trains. So that train tech from Microtech and Hurston and all those other places may also be in Squadron 42 as well. Just want to point that out real quick.
The other thing you noticed as they were flying that ship is he started to do blackout as well. So we're also seeing that. You've also seen that nicely working and coming in. So
I'll talk here about the physics puzzles. That really shows how the multi-tool has just made some puzzles that are absolutely nuts. Like I started thinking of that scene from one of the what's the one with Bruce Willis? The Die Hard. You know, where the water puzzle with the bomb. That's why I started thinking of this. So you can have different weights on puzzles and stuff, and I don't think we've quite seen that in a game before, where you can change the weight of a container. But maybe I'm wrong. I'm sure you guys will let me know in the comments if I'm wrong. But I just found that really interesting. So yeah.
Our interaction system for both the world and your character have also seen additional improvements.
I thought with that, as he was putting the fuel in or changing the composition of a fuel, but we're actually getting the right mix to make a big bad boom.
Could be that too. The point is the tech is there to do it in different ways, and I really like that. So again, as you said, it might be one way in one puzzle and one way in another. It's got some really interesting things that are just not in other games.
Allowing us to hone and craft environmental puzzles unique to each location, while allowing us to tell the story of the world around you.
See how you can fill and drain? I just thought it was based on weight or amount. It could just be you've got to fill it up to make it heavier. Could go everywhere.
Is an essential piece of equipment for every pilot that integrates all
into a crane to bring it down so that you can then get up.
Yeah. And again, like I know people, like a lot of people joked about the advanced rope tech, but like it's physics based. It's not faked rope tech. So you can even see the way the ropes move, and it's going to be hard until you actually see one in a spiral on the floor and they like pick it up. Until they see that, like it's going to be unlike rope we've ever seen before. And you can just tell when this thing drops down. Look at the edge of the rope and notice how it kind of like curls around on itself. It's one step above rope you've ever seen before. And I know that I wish they'd showed it off better because people were really making fun of this. But anyway, attachments
into a single handheld device.
Sorry?
It's a bit like clothing tech, the way that the materials hang and flow and even layers of clothing fit and sit. So
I do wish they had shown that off more too, because that's not really so much in the trailer, especially the layering. But yeah, anyway.
And allows us to create really interesting challenges, including...
So just watch here on the left-hand side, that if I can move my mouse, just this one here, as it hits the ground.
Physics-based puzzles using our updated rope tech.
So
it's gonna curl around. You can tell. There's just so many different pieces of that rope. It's nuts.
UEE Navy, power down your ships and stand by for processing. There you go. Fuck off the coil's ass. God damn it.
Our scanning, targeting, and marker system has also seen an overhaul, allowing us to highlight only the essential information that you need.
Massively cleaned up HUD, Algared. I think you'd have to kind of agree.
Yeah. And that's one of the things I liked as well. The HUD was so clean, and
essentially you're getting 2 MFDs, aren't you? That are on your visor rather than the 4. So it's just decluttered everything. Yeah.
Such as key objectives, mission targets, and high-level scan information, while keeping your overall view as clean as possible.
Damn skank! Take him off me! No!
Tactical FPS combat and stealth, which has seen a suite of
And this
improvements.
is nice as well. Even the change of looting and the way you do it. It's a lot cleaner as well, isn't it?
They've definitely seen us struggling with how quick we can pick stuff up. So this is, vastly improved, and I really like it. But still, it leaves you vulnerable while you're doing it. It's faster, but still vulnerable, and I really like that.
But it also enables you to quickly see where your slots are, and all of that type of stuff is just really nicely done. And
yep. All right.
From improved looting, weapon feel and balance, realistic scopes, and smoother locomotion, alongside our new and improved.
So yeah, you can see the scenes here are a lot more detailed than we have in game right now. Look at all the foliage and stuff. Like, that's just way more dense than what we normally see. So yeah.
Improved FPS
and
radar
this
and
is another wow moment, like where they put what we've seen in the previous panel. And we're now seeing that in game. We saw the ships destroying terrain. Now we're in FPS and we're seeing, the area I'm hiding behind is getting destroyed. That's like, mind blowing.
So I'm kind of interested here. We're about to see destruction. I'm kind of interested to know exactly what is destructible and what is not. Like, can I shoot the corner of a box that's cargo when it gets destroyed, or is it only very specific things? So that they haven't really shown. Like, they've shown buildings and they've shown this concrete wall in front of us, but they haven't gone into how detailed that's going to be. And I think that's going to be a really big question, because this is either going to be the most detailed destruction thing we've ever seen, or it's going to be less. Yeah, so.
Yeah, so if it's only that concrete slab that are getting destroyed and not the box beside it, whoopee-doo.
Yeah,
but
again,
all of that stuff.
Again, if it's also depends on the material it's made of, because if the box is metal, fair enough. But you'd at least want it to get like a ting or maybe a bit of a dent on it or something like that. And it's really how far they want to take that. And again, it's still impressive if it's got destruction at all, because that's not something they talked about until now. So yeah.
Scanner that provides you an.
So you remember I was talking about I was worried about how clunky the gun is. Just watch this
overview of the battlefield, but at the cost of ramping up your own emissions.
So there's so much smoke there and things, it's really hard to see what you're targeting, and that's my biggest concern. It's just there's so much kickbacks from the shots that you're taking, and it is realism, right? I'll give you, there's got a realism factor, but there's also the fun and actual shooting factor, and it needs a bit of work in my opinion. But I'll let it play and you work it out for yourselves.
We've also seen the introduction.
That goes in with what I was saying in terms of the polishing. We're dialing up. We're trying to make it as fun as possible and as smooth as possible. And that moment, I imagine I haven't dialed this in and haven't got it down to that nitty gritty of what it'll be like. And
that's why I'm concerned. But I'm just highlighting it because it definitely needs work.
Of our Maelstrom-powered destructible environment, which adds a layer of dynamism to the experience.
See, for example, they just blew up a barrel there, but if I go back 10 seconds, hold on. So just take note.
Up your own emissions. We've also seen the introduction of our Maelstrom-powered destructible environment.
I could be wrong here. Yeah, I think I am wrong.
Which adds a layer of dynamism to the experience.
So it actually did break the crates and stuff beside there, so it does break other items in the area, not just the walls. So that's one of the things I wanted to look at. So hopefully it's everything. We'll have to wait and see.
Alongside our improved AI that can now have hundreds of combinations of traits that allow us to create unique and challenging combat.
That AI part, Algared, cannot be underestimated, can it? Because those behaviors are both AI on foot, AI in ships, AI that'll eventually be on our ships, all that type of thing. So it all cross-pollinates, and again, having the personalities that cross each other, instead of having to code every single one bespokely, you just get a pool of more realistic people, and it's going to put AI hopefully on another level.
The other thing to note here is have a look at the destructible block you're behind. You've actually got where some of the bullets have actually gone straight through, and you've got. So to the left of our screen, you've actually got a bullet hole that's been created.
No, that was shot. No, that was here before. That actually, the block,
Sure.
yeah, the block actually starts with that. It's one of. I can go back if you want, but yeah, it actually starts with that.
Oh man, here I was thinking, oh,
well,
they've even gone even further.
if you look at over at the wall over here, see how it's got the two holes in
yeah.
it? It's exactly the same. It's all good.
I'm now shattered now.
Yeah, but one thing I will point out is the scanner. It essentially gives you like a bit of a wall hack, so you can also see the skeleton, the health of the people you're shooting, and things like that.
Yeah.
So you can see when they've got broken bones and stuff as well. You also notice it picks up the cutlass in the area. So so there is a futuristic level to this game, which is kind of cool.
The one thing I did like is, and it's about to come up, is when he throws his grenade, you actually see the NPCs actually react to that and actually try to run for cover.
How many other games they just stand there and do nothing? Yeah.
Counters that really push your tactical awareness and skill.
So the thing is, like, I was talking about how you couldn't see certain things. I'm going to be scanning all the time, just so I can see their scan through the fire if it stays this way. So I don't know. We'll see. So see here, he's getting shot at, but he's behind the box. This is the kind of thing where I was questioning, like, is it everything? But maybe this is metal, so maybe it's a bit more bulletproof.
And you'd expect different materials to have different levels of cover as well.
Different properties, yeah. I do have to address... Well, go ahead.
I was going to say, don't know if you noticed that, but the run and slide that he just did.
And that's what I was about to talk about. Some people are really concerned about the slide going to PvP in Star Citizen, but again, it's a single-player game and a multiplayer game. They can take it out, or they can even give lore reasons to why, like maybe the military's got special sliding boots. I don't know. It'll be whether the AI starts sliding, then it creates lore reasons. But there's no reason this has to specifically go into Star Citizen. There can be differences. One of the ones you see is they use military things for Squadron 42 and non-military or civilian things.
If the sliding ends up giving you bunny hop, then I hope they don't bring it across.
Yeah.
But if it's like you can only slide so often.
So it was the changing in height elevation people were complaining about to me, like going in the up and down. So it just makes it so much harder to shoot someone, and they would deliberately do it. But also, if you know how sliding works in game, you can't keep that momentum. So really, you just lose that. Yes, they dodge you once, but then they lose all their momentum, so they have to set it up. So it just means if you follow them, you know exactly where they're going to stand up. So I could see some people's concerns, but I don't think it's super worrying. But again, give it some time. We'll see where it lands.
But that's the whole argument that people do in PvP against bunny hopping. People bunny hop, and what's the idea of bunny hopping? It's making it hard to hit.
It won't have bunny hopping. Bunny hopping's really been taken out. They've changed how they do that over the last 10 years. So yeah, I don't think that's a concern. It's more about the change in elevation because you can just drop and dodge bullets. But also, it looks like the sliding uses stamina, so it's not going to be this unlimited thing where you can just keep doing it over and over and over.
Yeah, and that was the point I was kind of making as well. It's that if it's limited and you can only do it so often, I don't think it really matters.
Yeah, so as Algared said, I don't even think they get anyone with a grenade, do they, Algared?
I think they get that guy. I know.
No, he gets shot. He gets shot. Well, maybe he explodes. I don't know, but like one grenade, one kill is not very good.
They all run. The two guys who were still there run away from it, and everyone as they're running, they get shot in the back. But yeah.
And see what I mean about the reloads? They're very detailed, but they're just a little bit long compared to some other games. So some people are not going to like that, but I don't have a problem with it because I play Hunt Showdown. But yeah, some people will.
If it's more realistic,
really
and
was
it's giving you that time frame, then suck it up.
One thing I will say that like the gunplay is very dynamic where you move around the boxes. Like it doesn't seem really clunky like other games. So it's definitely, they've worked a lot on how when you bring it up, when you raise it, when it's too close and all that type of thing. Yep. So yeah.
It is very nice. And this is even it's a clunkiness, as you're saying, in terms of the FPS and all the rest of it, I still find that very smooth. It's not.
I think for me this was my biggest concern. Like there's just a little clunkiness, needs a bit of polish. I could be completely wrong. Again, looking and feeling are two very different things. But We'll have to wait and see. I am curious to know if you can actually res them there, so notice with the logo as well, because can you bring them back and then get information out them or something like that? That might be an option as well. We'll have to wait and see. So, last time we saw this was in the vertical slice, the cutting tool. This has changed completely. Like this was, so these were little knobs that you would basically cut and something fall off, and now it's just this line you kind of draw around. I like how it's the line and draw around, but I kind of question how thick the damn thing is. It's quite thick, so it's been made really simple to use. What about you, Algared? There's no real challenge to that, is there? Because it's just so thick. It's not that complicated. What are your thoughts on that? Just the multi-tool cutting.
I'm thinking one way to get the multi-tool gun, being able to cut through it. I don't think it doesn't bother me. What makes me sit? My thought is, why do I have to cut out the door? Why can't I just slice through the mesh?
Yeah, well, that's a part of the restriction of engines, unfortunately.
But then as you go through, you see all the lasers and all the other bits, and you see the puzzle in terms of, and even the locomotion of a character as it goes forward.
So yeah, I do question how simple that is. We'll have to wait and see.
We play and review the builds regularly and call out action points in each level from start to finish and where we need to improve the gameplay.
I do think the EVA here
this
is really
incredibly
cool,
rewarding stage
and
of development for me and the team,
improved up
as the ultimate vision of the game is realized, allowing us to craft an
character. You've got that crawling of a character that they showed again in the panels.
Yeah,
and even that turning around. And being able to go on your back and see what's going on.
And you can see the shared blended animations there, even when you're playing on the ground. It's the same animation, so they're reusing a lot of the same stuff just in different areas, which is very clever. All right.
Experience that we can be really proud of. One specific area
reminded me of the chompers in Galaxy Quest.
I'm excited to dive in is the feeling of the.
So they didn't show enough first-person animations like this. I would have liked to see more, but this is a very nice one. But and they did show it a few times with the wheels and stuff. We saw it a lot more in the FPS one, didn't we, Algared? Those first-person animations.
The interaction with the components and bits as you're puzzle solving or checking items or things like
player interacting with the world around them.
Patching you in.
As it's a core component of Squadron and really grounds the world that you inhabit. We've made sure that any interaction in the environment is physically represented by a character animation to keep you in the moment and fully immerse you in the experience that we've created. Ultimately, this is the final phase of gameplay iteration before we...
What are your thoughts on the updated warp? I kind of like it and I don't at the same time. Like it's I don't know, maybe I've got to see it for myself more up close, but it does feel like a tunnel, but it just doesn't travel the same because it's so transparent now.
I think I like the old style or feel, but that could just be because that's where we're at.
I think I just wanted it a little bit less transparent, basically. I want to feel like I'm going through it more, because at the moment, there's a few times when you look at it, it looks like you're just flying towards a circle. I know they're trying to make you put you in a tunnel, and they want you to be able to see what's outside it, but I think it just needs a little bit more color to it. But, again, seeing it on a video and seeing it on your screen is quite a different resolution.
It is only the quantum jump. So I did like the kind of the feel we get when we're in quantum. I'd like to see the outside of the ships as you're going through it, because that's always a nice look. And I suppose this may also have implications for being able to have a heads up of when you've got an interdiction coming. But just tossing ideas out, I have no idea, but
fully transition into optimization and stability on the road to release.
Again, atmospheric processor that we saw around the planet. This shot is just insane. Like you can actually pick up little details as it flies in a little bit, and you can see individual wires and stuff and little bits of debris, and just that cloud cover is nuts. Like, and if we can literally in the single player game fly down through those clouds, people are going to lose their minds. It's going to just set up Star Citizen to a different level, this game. And I really hope that's what it does.
And I can't see why you wouldn't. Like, unless the only constraint I could see is if your orders are specifically do not go down to the planet, otherwise you're going to be busted.
But again, if it's that same engine where you can just fly wherever you want, break your orders, do whatever you want, and or they give you that free, like you are leaving from here, you have to get to here, and the way you get there is all the way up to you. That's amazing game because it just gives you so much exploration, and there are people that just go, I want to go down there and look at that, and it also adds to the replayability of the game because the next time you go in, you can just go somewhere different path.
You see, that's part of the story of Squadron 42.
Yeah,
Squadron 42 is a squadron of misfits, basically. They're the black sheep. They are the squadron. They get told, do the job.
Yeah.
We're not going to ask you how, just do the job. And you know, and that's how they build up their rep. And so you're part of Squadron 42, so you get given a job. How you do that job is going to ultimately be up to you. And so, which gives that idea for playability of being able to solve the issues how you want, whether you're going to do it stealthily, guns blazing, or economically, or socially. So
Need your Trejo. This is Colton. Come back.
And that's a better shot there, real quickly. You can obviously see how many oh god, I've forgotten it. The processes that do the terraforming. God, I can't butcher that.
All the terraforming stations all scattered over the planet surface.
Astrometric processes or some shit. God, I'm butchering it again. But anyway, you get my point.
Always trips me out to see terraforming stuff like this.
Platforms.
Web tried explaining how
atmospheric processes. That's what I was trying to say.
Processors work. Really shows how far we've come. Hell is she?
With the transition of Squadron to polish phase, we've had the opportunity to find additional moments within the existing narrative to add subtle interactions where appropriate. It's been tremendously exciting to play through these areas and find places to augment the mood, support gameplay, and further embellish our story and characters.
So yeah, man, I can't believe it. They said I've got to wait another 2 years before I can reapply. So that's why I figured I'd get a job trying in security, because that's, you know, I can get some hours flying in the cockpit and whatnot. Can't hurt, right?
I thought it was the character talking, or the NPC talking, was Morrow.
Yeah, same.
Part of the Morrow tour.
And
it sounds like, well, I wanted to be a pilot, but I didn't get in, so hey, I took this job instead. But it'll take me 2 years.
You will see parts of the Morrow tour come up again, though.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about that as they come through. But yeah, multiple times that comes up as well. So it's harkening back to things that they haven't talked about in years.
And just seeing that character development, and even just as you're walking along here, you've got the little things like the posters, and just to add more to the scene and more to the situation. Yeah, it just gives more atmospherics to it, doesn't it?
Yep. And the branding as well, like branding in most games is an afterthought. Manufacturers is an afterthought. So just all these levels of detail is nuts.
We've also been capturing pickups for our lead female player character, as well as wildlines for our various enemies that you all will encounter throughout the game on both foot and in your cockpit. These consist of a range of...
They talk about doing the pickup lines for the extras, but they also, this year, they had John Rhys Davies actually back in their studio doing lines, doing catch-up lines. So it's not just actors doing the lines for the NPCs in the background, but they've also had the main characters coming in and doing catch-up lines, and just to flesh out and build up stuff. So...
and reactions that you as the player can trigger, which has been the culmination of efforts by the gameplay and AI
I must be getting old.
This means
look young, look like children.
That you're going to have to tangle.
So those guys too, special ops, I think, but we'll see.
With some very smart.
So this ship I actually do want to talk about. I'll talk about it in a sec.
Smart and reactive bad guys to complete your mission.
So I had many people asking me what ship this was. And what it is if you go back to 2017, they showed it off as scissor reel. And if you think about it from a lore perspective, if you're out in a pirate place and your ship gets damaged, so at some point this cutlass was damaged, how do you fix it? you just grab whatever engine or whatever you can to fix it, because you can't go back to Terra or to a lawful system, because they will just arrest you. So a lot of their ships are mishmashed. Different engines. As you can see, they're not standard Cutlass engines. So essentially, they take ships and mash them together because they can get them working again.
It's a jalopy.
Yeah. But this does appear in the sizzle reel from 2017 that was released December 2017.
Yep. Along with there was also a
Mustang,
an Aurora, which was really...
No, there wasn't an Aurora. It was just a Mustang and a Cutlass. The Aurora was in the leaked video.
Ah, okay.
Yep. But your point stands clear, Algared. They've mashed ships together. Not to correct you so much, but yeah.
At the heart of this immersive adventure, you'll find cutting-edge cinematic storytelling, thoughtfully crafted to fully immerse you.
Just in the background there, you can obviously see, what's that station? I don't know the name of the station, but that's one of the stations that appears in Squadron 42. It's a recon station, isn't it, Algared? You go there for a mission.
The communication station.
That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah.
There is a name.
One of the major scenes. I can't remember the name of it.
So there's a mission you'll be going to on that station with a big radar dish.
Into your story.
And it opens like a flower petal.
We fight today!
Right, straight off the bat, updated Bishop's speech. It's another speech, but not the same one, is it, Algared? When the Bishop speech came out, the very next year was saying, I want to see an updated version of it. And it's been, oh God, it must be 7 or 8 years since that.
This is the first time we've seen this speech. And I get the picture, because in the panels before, they showed Bishop arriving on Vega. And you get the impression he's going to do a speech there. So he does a speech in the Senate, he does a speech on Vega, he does a speech here to a crew. But oh man, yeah, Gary Oldman. He's like an absolute Acevedo Station is what that place is called. Thank you, Access on Access 96 on YouTube.
Yep. All right.
So in 40 years from now, when you're surrounded by everything...
One last thing I'll say is some of these characters you can clearly tell are further along than others, and some do need work, and I'll kind of point a few of those out to you as we go through, because Gary Oldman is obviously one of the ones that are much further along.
Yep.
And everyone you hold dear, and they ask, what did you do in the Battle of Vega? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line. Men and women of the Second Fleet, I am proud to stand with you today. Good luck. Bishop out.
Nice speech.
So he's further along as well. Some are, so there's Mark Strong, some of them are not, and I'll point those out as we go through.
Any word from the recon team?
Not yet.
Let's get into position.
I just notice how this turns off here. It almost looks like the end of a cinematic. Like, just take note.
And I get the feeling like that scene is pre the Battle of Vega that we saw in 2942 or whatever it was. And this is, you see Bishop's fleet leaving high atmosphere orbit and disappearing. And right at the beginning we had the character saying, oh, we had some pips on the other side of the jump point. And we know that the Vandal came through the jump point and attacked Vega. So I kind of, my feeling is that this is right at the beginning of the Battle of Vega, and then we're going to pick up our position and role in the ship. So this might be, you can imagine our character starts off wanting to join and become a pilot. The Battle of Vega happens, he becomes the pilot and then joins the ship. So not having read the script or seen the script, that's how just seeing this is how I think it's going to go.
So as I was saying, take note, it looks like the end of a cinematic.
Yeah.
Throughout the polish phase, our team is taking every opportunity to push things.
So he doesn't look quite as far along. He doesn't have the different tones in his skin as well. So I think he was called in for Wildlines, as you said, Algared. I think he's got a little bit more work to be done on him.
Yep.
And that's John Rhys Davies, obviously.
To the
Or
next
as
level.
lots of people say, Gimli.
I think Mark Hamill might need a little bit more work. I could be unsure there, but see how he just looks a little bit flat compared to Mark Strong and Gary Oldman. He just doesn't have the quite same tones.
Yep.
But obviously he's a much more seen character. He's probably going to get more work than almost any of them.
But when they did that, I don't know whether they do it in this or whether it was in the panel where they showed the previous and now, you could actually see there was a significant difference in Mark Hamill's character as well.
Yeah.
So
Tell me you're expecting company. This is not good.
The Cine team is focused on finalizing edit lock on all of our big action as well as all smaller character sequences.
I could have pulled this off of the Galactopedia.
As Algared was saying, example right here.
Yeah, probably, but I think...
Oh, this one blows my mind.
I've forgotten her name. It just popped out of my head. No. Oh, God damn, what is her name?
I think there's solar mass calculation.
But she's from a Vertical Slice, and I've just butchered her name. Do you remember what it is, Algared? It's so you know how you've got the advocacy Dooley in Stanton. She's the advocacy agent for Odin. So she's essentially the police of Odin, or the sheriff. God, I can't remember her name to save my life at the moment.
Just look at that change from the hairstyle and everything else. It was like,
Night and
holy
day.
heck! And it pulled in the stuff we'd seen in the panel where they were talking here and people going, oh, so what? You know, big deal. What's the difference? That to me was it. I was like, oh.
It's a 5-year difference, though. I do want to point that out.
Yeah, probably, but I think...
So that was 5 years ago,
I think there's solar
and that's now. So yeah, it's absolutely huge.
mass calculation.
Someone will be telling me in chat what that is. Algared, if you get a name, let me know.
Calculations are wrong, though.
Helena Thompson.
This is ridiculous.
How so?
We are now able to
Agent,
adjust
Trejo.
That's it, Trejo. Yep.
our shot composition to final cameras thanks to recent...
Yeah, so there's a really good side-by-side comparison. Apparently, the pirate guy used to be a long-haired Yahoo, and now he's got a mohawk, so yeah. Which is interesting.
crafted space vistas and level art being content complete now.
It'd be nice to know how much of a shitstorm we're flying into.
More like a hellstorm, Blue.
So one thing I'm actually curious about, Algared, is people on Kickstarter got an RSI prototype suit. And it's blue. I'm actually wondering if it's that. Because, again, it's 10 years before Star Citizen. Is that the suit? So you essentially get the suit from Squadron 42 as a thing. We'll see. We'll see in time.
One you ain't gonna fly out of.
Shut up. Now, I hadn't seen another ship that wasn't trying to...
So here's another character. I forget this gentleman's name. I do know he appeared in Boardwalk Empire, the TV show. He was the one guy with the one eye and a sniper, but he's just not as far along as the others. Again, the skin tones are not there, but we'll see.
Kill me in days, let alone a hauler, let alone a Jean.
See how you look at Mark Strong and he's got red parts on his skin and white parts on his skin, and he's got like facial growth and stuff like that. You go back to this other guy.
So you can...
And it's just not at the same level. It's just
even his facial expressions are flat.
Yeah, so it just needs a little, again, part of the polishing pass, bring it up to snuff.
Imagine my surprise.
Detailed lighting.
Now listen to what he says here. Listen to what the character says, not the person talking.
Passes can be done on hero sequences so we can show our cast and convey their emotions in the best light possible.
Oh wait, I missed that. Hang on, I have to go back. So he actually...
Another ship that wasn't trying to kill me in days, let alone a hauler, let alone a Jean.
So he said, let alone a hoarder, let alone a Jean, right? So a Zion, as the Aussies would call it, but a Jean. And that comes to bear later.
So you can imagine my surprise.
Detailed lighting passes can be done on hero sequences so we can show our cast and convey their emotions in the best light possible. And we're making sure our cinematics are triggering as fluid as we can craft them so they form a coherent concerto with the rest of the player's narrative experience.
Mr. Wexler, this is Lieutenant Commander Colton.
Oh, Commander, hey, Julian Wexler.
Best name ever, Julian. You know, can't deny him there. But this is Ben Mendelsohn, who was Commissioner Rennick, I think it was, in Rogue One. He's actually Australian as well. I I think he's the only Aussie actor that I'm aware of that's in this. But anyway,
I'm the field
He's
manager.
a bad guy.
Sorry?
I understand it. I do believe Julian Wexler is not a nice character.
all the best Australians are bad guys. Did you know that, Algared? Anyway.
This little operation.
No, I didn't.
Welcome aboard the Archon. What brings the Navy to this little corner of the universe?
So he obviously is not as far along as well.
We got you flying with
God, I always butcher this guy's name, but he was Davos in Game of Thrones. And I was
Arona Metro at the back there.
Arona Metro, and she was in several movies. She was in a lot of the vampire movies. God, I can't remember what they're called now, but I'm sure people in chat will let you know, and we'll as we go along. But yeah, this guy's Liam something. This guy's name, I can't remember his name.
Liam Cunningham.
Liam Cunningham, that's the one.
Lieutenant Commander Colton. He's one of.
He's further along. You can see he's got the colours in his face, much like Mark Strong did.
Our best.
And his beard looks really good as well.
Yep.
You know, like.
Yep.
Us will share. This is the most rewarding chapter of development, which allows us to truly.
So yeah, I think she might be further along as well. Like, see how she's got those red blemishes and stuff, but again, she's got some weird lighting there behind her, so it does make it a little bit harder to tell. But her hair is damn amazing.
Experience the visceral and oftentimes emotional moments.
Another really good one, because this person appeared in the Morrow tour. She's your engineer, so this is just an updated one of that, and night and day, as you're about to see.
That our narrative provides.
How did you handle it after Vega?
Like, blood, sweat, and tears system is just insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. Well, that's what I'd be calling it, but yeah, that's just nuts. And you know, it's going to allow them to convey emotion. You know, when someone's really injured. Think about Morrow in the Vertical Slice tour, Algared, where she was, you know, tied up, and she had blood coming down her face then. So you can see, even when you get in fisticuffs, your own character and the character you're fighting will happen as well. And even with the knives, when you stab people in the neck, as you'll see a little later on, the same thing. So we can now actually have realistic wounds when they appear on the surface, which is interesting. And I'm actually interested to see how far that goes. Can I shoot you in your clothing and the blood kind of pulls through your clothing and runs down your clothes? It could technically go there, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
and
not that Australians are evil, but that's the type of thing that Execute One is about.
Right.
So, what I like about this is that also that callback to the character having been at Vega, and so that first cutscene's going to be pre-Vega.
Yeah.
And now you've got you as a pilot, and you've got your engineer saying, "I can't cope." How did you cope after Vega? And so you've got this tie back to that drawing into the history and the lore. And
I will also point out, this does look like they're in Wexler's office, so that's the same chair that Wexler was sitting in, as you can tell. So it looks like this might be after you've ousted him or something like that. We'll have to wait and see.
I'm not sure I handled anything. It helps to remember that stuff like this is supposed to hurt.
So someone she cares about or something has happened, and again, Wexler's out of there.
I've never been good at dealing with problems I can't fix.
Well, this is one that you don't have to do alone.
That's good to know.
For the animation teams, polish phase means refining the social aspects of Squadron 42 that occur between the various missions and getting the behaviors implemented across all of its chapters.
So, night and day difference between the Morrow tour and here. It's just absolutely nuts how far the lighting and this engine has come.
Even just the NPCs working on the ships, as we're going to see.
Animations is a really good one. If you take note, where he's picking up a pipe and he puts it into the back of the Gladius, and just the way the pipe moves and all it's seamless. And there is a few little niggly ones. I'll point out where the shotgun scene comes on. There's a bug there as well. But yeah, other than that, again, just polishing shit.
Here we're dialing in the hangar to make it as immersive and believable.
That shotgun scene was quite.
We'll talk about it when we get to it.
An experience as possible.
Done. Okay, all right.
Right, so the air shield there, so that's Savaran air shield tech. So eventually on the side of the Prowler where you jump through, it'll probably have that effect as you go through it as well. And PUV, obviously, that every capital ship has one of those.
Let's do this. I have to switch out so the interchange front and back.
So yeah, just that animation I was talking about there.
We're getting a weird after.
just all those little things of him going through the ship and checking things over, and even as he comes around the front, you even see the guy go and check the main gun. Just those little things that just make it feel more immersive.
Lots of little details like the hand trolley here. I know he's putting the stairs up, but that would be the same tech they use for hand trolleys as well. Remember the grabby hands, Algared, too, and the width of things for their hands and stuff like that would all come into play in this stuff. Like so much stuff in this one scene that they don't talk about again.
Anyway,
little wild
For
lines
example,
too.
we're launching off a space carrier, but we still ground the feel in real-world actions, refueling, repairing, and inspecting, and making sure that your next flight mission is a success. This means we're looking out for pops, hiccups, or awkward transitions, and ensuring that everything flows and looks like all the great mocap performances we've captured.
Let's ready some extra ice packs out of storage. Whenever gunners are on full rotation, you can always count on at least one of them getting hurt.
We also have you covered in everyday life. The medical staff work diligently for their patients, whether they're players or crew.
And all these animations are kind of really important because of the social aspect of the game. That is like literally a third of the game. So it's got that whole Idris has to feel like a living, breathing world, and you can stun them on random things one session that you won't stumble on another. Go ahead.
That whole relationship with the crew. You don't want to feel, they really want you to feel you're part of a crew, and they want the crew to mean something to you.
Yep.
And so all those social interactions are really key. And that's one of the things I was saying about the armory. The characters feel more real. It might be clunky, but yeah.
Can we talk about when that's on? Because otherwise I'm not going to have anything to talk about. All right. I do want to talk about this scene, though, because I did talk to SA during the week, and one of the things he pointed out when that scene is on back in the Morrow tour was it didn't make any sense how they were launched off because there was no kind of launch system. But one thing I want you to take note of is at the top of the screen, it clearly looks like there's a tractor beam holding the ship. So that's how they've accounted for it in this game. You're held with a tractor beam and kind of launched with a tractor beam, or you turn up the thrusters really high and then the tractor beam just lets you go and you fly out. So it's actually got a proper launch system this time around.
We really want you to feel part of an authentic crew, an important part of the UEE Navy in an enormous universe of people going about their everyday lives.
Wonderful IK there with the buttons. It's fully tactile.
Let's go ahead and clear for takeoff. Ground crew, prep bay for takeoff. Copy that.
I saw people commenting that where you had to press F, they were saying, that shows they're doing it for a PC.
Yeah, yes.
Not a console.
Yeah, I think it was Asmongold that said that actually, yeah.
Hangar, ready for launch. Takeoff approved, Baron 2. You have the ball.
So take note of the tractor beam that kind of picks you up. Right there, top center of screen. That big light.
We're ready and hold on as you're launched off the deck of the carrier.
Baron 2, you are cleared for launch. Have a safe flight, Baron 2.
The coil, where most of, I guess, man, there's several scenes that go around the coil, but that's basically what happened to the star and the planets of the Odin system, yeah, Algared?
I do believe that's the case, yep.
We want you to not only decide how you play the game, but to feel as if the people you interact.
All right, Algared, have at it.
Yeah, just the way the character interaction is, and it even says that they want the characters to feel real, and this is just one little scene where you feel that. The handling of a gun might feel clunky and weird, but you can see there's that real element to try and make the NPCs feel real. And that,
so yeah, they do. But the thing I want to talk about in this scene is just watch when he puts the shotgun down, how seamless it is. But there's just an ever so slight shudder just before your character picks it up.
Yep.
And that's the type of things they want to try and fix. Where it's talking about looking at little judders and stuff like that. And it's damn near some of the best I've ever seen. Just a half split of it just goes like just the tiniest little flick. Yeah, I'll point it
from just an asset that's there to something you can pick up and you can.
Well, no, it's the switching between characters because it's assigned to one character and then it's assigned to the other, and it's just not quite in exactly the right place. And I'll point it out when it happens. It's such a unique little thing, but it's those type of things that they're going to be trying to fix.
Interact with are in that world with you.
I would have never thought a shotgun could be so pretty.
Yeah, blink and you'll miss it. Get ready.
7 is sleek as
It's
hell.
just before your character picks it up.
Like a lot of other weapons in Gemini's arsenal, it has a higher rate of fire
Right
than
there.
most guns of its type.
I'll do it again because you blink and you miss it.
Damn, this R97 is sleek as hell. Like a lot of other weapons in Gemini's arsenal, it has a higher rate of fire than most guns of its
Right, just as your character's hand hits it, it goes like that.
Yeah.
Just ever so slightly. And they're the type of things they're going to be trying to fix. But these animations, some of the best I've ever seen. Like, watch this.
Type.
That's every gun in the game can do that shit. More what do you call this? Transversal puzzles.
We're working to support a feel of authenticity through world traversals, running.
So I'm getting a little bit of a Half-Life vibe in the first-person shooter stuff, Algared. I don't know if you're getting that. You know, the puzzles and shooting, and then, you know, you get a bit of
1980s, 1990s sci-fi video games.
Yep.
Jumping and climbing.
Now, I don't know if you picked up on this, Algared. That's a Starfarer door. The one that leads into the cockpit. So this is, again, why the Starfarer hasn't been fixed, is it's a part of Squadron 42. Yeah.
Interactions with objects and the environment.
So, yeah. And anyone knows the Starfarer can, you can see up there, that is clearly, you know, you can see the escape pods there and the door. Now this would be a part of that armory, wouldn't it, Algared? The shooting range? It's much updated.
Looks like the armory shooting range where you're able to practice your weapons and.
Because that was a lot narrower last time, wasn't it? Now it's shorter but wider. So it's definitely.
I even like the way you got the holographic figures to.
Well, we saw that if you lean back to... Remember the one where they had that alien ball thing fly through and the character got shot and it fell over dead and it kind of like merged into the dead body? A little bit from Prometheus. You can see it's essentially the same tech, just holograms, or red instead of blue.
Solid weapon gameplay and enemy reactions. As well as
weapon malfunctions here.
Combat realities, such as weapon malfunctions.
So does that mean if you fire too fast, you can cause it to stuff up? So you actually have to learn how each weapon works. I'll be really interested to see if that follows through, because that'd be awesome in Star Citizen. If you fire a gun too fast, or it's got a, you know, inherently it's really simple to use, so you can fire it, but it just limits the fire rate. But if you're knowledgeable enough and know not to fire it too fast in another weapon, it'll jam. So you can kind of get these different levels of weapons, like one for beginners, medium, and advanced, if you get my point. I wonder if that's where they're going with this, but we'll see.
It'd be nice if I do, because it'd be at a time with the way ship flight used to, you know, the idea of ship flight.
Yeah.
And I know people hated the old helicopter flight mode. But with that, if you knew how your ship's thrusters worked and which ship it was, generally you didn't have as much problem as if you just hopped in a ship and said, I want to fly. Oh, crap, why can't I control this ship? Because you didn't know how your thrusters were working.
And again, it does give you that beginner, medium, and advanced type of gameplay. So certain ships are going to, again, it gives something complex for the pilots to do.
Or in close encounters of the more lethal kind.
So this is a little dodgy here. There's not, it doesn't really, like, again, I think there needs, that what I was talking about with the blood, sweat, and tears tech, I think there needs to be a bit of blood there. Now, I know they're probably not going for gore, but, like, it's literally just, like, going in and nothing's happening, and it's just this, again, when you've got so much detail, it breaks that immersion.
Unfortunately, you are right.
So, you can see right there, it's literally going through his neck and out the other side.
And out the outside, and there's no blood at all.
Yeah, so it'd be really good if they could have wounds, and again, they might be worried about it putting the rating up to an M rating or something like that. But again, it's just immersion breaking again. But again, you can go to some really cool details, especially if it goes through skin.
It's a concern that we can have, a fight like that where you stab someone in the neck, but it's okay because there's no blood.
And that just
the second you put blood on, it goes up to an M rating.
It's kind of ludicrous in a way. And I think, to be honest, I think this game's kind of been pitched a bit more adult, as in, like, if you look at the people that have been backing it all the way along, it seems to be the older demographic. So I think we can handle an M rating personally. Well, and when I say M rating, that's here in Australia we have M and M plus or MA. So we're talking Australian ratings here. So apologies if you're from another place and that doesn't quite translate. So I think it's 15 plus. That would cover it, wouldn't it, Algared? Yeah, 15 plus.
I think so.
Ooh, that's gonna hurt in the morning.
This is another one of those scenes. Unbelievably awesome. Really well textured. Look at the water. Look at the little minuscule ripples. Just the dirtiness of the entire level is just amazing. Amazing. It just
and that answers the question to everyone who's in Star Citizen at the moment. Can I go in the water and not die? Yes.
Yep. Though I don't think you'd want to swim through this, Algared. Leave a bad taste in your mouth.
Only if you drink it.
As we continue to focus on the quality experience, we've been working closely with our art teams, and it's been exciting to see their environments come to life alongside us.
While animation and design have been populating the locations, polish phase for my teams means making huge advancements in the quality of our characters and environments.
Again, back to the vertical slice, where the captain, played by the guy he's from Game of Thrones, talking to him, and he's a giant hologram, and that was a part of the what was it called? Render tech, Algared? What was it called? Render texture tech or whatever it was called. I think is what it was called. So yeah,
something like that. Yep.
Yep. And that hologram does like leads into the maps and stuff like that, and he shows you a path that you're meant to go on the vertical slice. So yeah, and that's in that room. What's that room? The one where they get him, the briefing room. Yeah, the briefing room. That's the one. Getting ready for your flights before a mission.
We've established our standard with recognisable characters like Mark Hamill, Gillian Anderson, and Gary Oldman, and we're now applying this to the rest of the cast and identifying any remaining tech requirements that need to be closed out.
As we kind of said before, they're updating their characters more. Yeah.
The story of
Right, so this is where it starts to get interesting. So I had so many Level Cap, for an example, said that this was a Vandal ship. It's not. It's a Zion ship. In fact, it's probably the same Zion ship that we see a little later, with the cargo boxes around it. And I think there's Algared, what would you say? This looks clearly Zion to me, not Vandal.
I would say it's not Vandal. But...
Yeah. And the big giveaway for me is this console.
42
in the middle.
Through a variety of diverse.
But yeah, it's definitely updated. And there's a couple of shots in here that we'll talk about some interesting stuff as we go through.
Locations of varying scale.
It's not skeletal enough to be a Vandal, in my opinion.
And it's damaged. And it's a damaged Zion ship, so
and styles. We shared.
See the floor there? See all the marks on the floor? That is not Vandal. That is Zion. Again, think about the outside of the Banu Defender and how it's like that, carved and gold-like. It's the same floor here. It's all ornate. You don't get ornate with Vandal.
Glimpses of several environments before.
Again, the floating tech and the little triangles, like you see on the Zion Scout, the tail of the Zion Scout. You get all those little triangles. Same thing there on the console. But just absolutely breathtaking, that shot, though. By the way, the last one. And this one, again.
And there's still plenty out there for you to discover.
So the little details, Algared, the little wires and stuff, like, just crazy. And the wear and tear, obviously.
One of the main challenges the art team has had to face.
Algared, tell us about this scene. Do you remember this one?
This looks like Special Agent Tejo's Avenger.
What was her name? God, it wasn't Dooley. It's the I forgot her name.
Yeah.
What's her name?
I'd have to scroll up and read it. But the special agent for Odin System.
Yeah, the same one's going on.
His name I always forget.
Yeah, same here. But yeah, in the vertical slice, you actually fly into this big I guess, piece of machinery, and her ship is in there, and you walked in there, and there's a tablet, and you get information off it, and then it leads you to where she is, and you go rescue her.
And this was one of the ones where we actually first saw, because her ship is a stalker. It's got one that got prisoner pods in it, but it's also got cargo spot. So it was always
that was the reworked Avenger, wasn't it? The first time we saw the reworked Avenger. I forgot about that.
First time we saw the reworked Avenger, and it was the one that made us go, does that mean that you're going to be able to choose the number of pods you actually put in the Avenger? We're still waiting.
Yeah.
Trejo, thank you. Or Trejo.
Thank you, Zarek.
Yep. I'll keep forgetting. I'm hopeless with names. Ask my students.
And I can't remember the moon, but I know the moon's kind of like yellow, and it's got all this like. It had way too much satellite junk as the rings around the planet, and they said we're going to turn that down a bit. But that's what this machinery is, a part of that space junk essentially. And I remember, I think it started with G, but it's a very yellow moon. That's a moon around one of the planets in the Odin system.
During the development of Squadron 42 is ensuring the visuals are complementary to the narrative of the script. The mood and feeling of a space.
Another scene that is just. Like that almost looks like it's a bit like Spider Algared, where it's all just jerry-rigged together. It's just nuts. And the other thing I'll say is this ship, it appears in several scenes we didn't talk about earlier, but it's a ship we've never seen before. Whether it's one of those spacer junker ships or something, but it's just something unique because we've never seen it before. I think it might be exclusive to Squadron 42. I don't think it's something we're going to see, unfortunately, just because of its jagged nature. But Algared, do you think that's a ship we might see down the track, or more likely exclusive?
I think eventually. Well, I know they talked about there are some ships that are exclusive to Squadron 42.
True.
And some ships that are exclusive to NPCs.
Yep.
I think if this is a ship that's exclusive to NPCs, we'll still see it in at some point in the PU. But whether we'll be able to own it or capture it or use it, that's another thing.
A little bit of weapon customization there. You can obviously see that he's got a silencer on the pistol this time around, so that is something we know. Like all the attachments that we have in Star System does transfer over to this as well. So
is just as important to us as it is making sure we hit the visual quality that CIG has become known for.
Oh, good. We can't hack it from this side. Graves, we got a locked door. Can you give us access?
I got a lot of Titanfall vibes on this one, Algared. Do you remember Titanfall? Like, I don't know why, but this particular scene reminded me of the factory in Titanfall 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
To me, this, because they call up Graves, who is John Rhys Davies' character, this makes me feel we're on the Shubin Station, the big,
I'd agree.
5 mile long mining platform.
I'd agree with that. It does, and again, it looks like a mining processing facility of some description. The other thing I'd like to point out is you can't get through this door from what they're saying, but take note of the sideways barrels that are essentially coming.
No, I'm afraid that's a negative, Steve.
I'm wondering if that is because look where it stops.
I would have to add you
I think that's where you're going, just FYI, but we'll see.
to our system to give you override permissions, and there's a lot involved in that. It won't happen quickly.
Okay, we'll figure something out.
It's not that we couldn't blast our way through or that. We want to get in secretly without them.
So this is so this that's
everything you see
Zion ship and the pods off the Zion ship, and I'm wondering, Algared, I kind of secretly hope this might become the Raelian, but it could be just another haul all over again. We do know the Raelian's being worked on after the Santaki Eye, but I get the feeling that this is a completely different alien ship, like a bigger one that we might see down the road. Or we might not see it until they actually go into Zion space and it becomes a part of the Zion expansion pack, if that is where we end up going, depending on the success of the game.
And I do know that the Zion are in Squadron 42. So
it's been heavily inspired.
The 3 factions were basically there's the humans, the Zion, and the Vandal are the 3 I've heard. Are the factions in Squadron.
Yeah, and probably in episode 2 or 3 we might actually end up hooking up with the Banu 2 at some point. So but it is that point of space where Odin is. It does kind of intersect between those 3 species. So but
and then we've also got the pirates. So that's actually 4 factions and kind of the Navy, pirate, Zion, and but it does look a bit like the Raelian. But is it the Raelian or is it something else?
Well, if you remember way back with the leak Algared, that thing was huge. It was this giant ship, and we've never seen anything quite like it, and it has definitely changed since the leak drastically. Yeah, but yeah, I'm pretty sure this is what we saw before was the inside of this.
The classics of 70s and 80s sci-fi.
I think this is also inside a Zion ship, or it might be inside a Vandal. We do know, I think it's more likely to be the Zion Algared, because this is anti-gravity stuff, and we know that the Zion are very anti-gravity. I don't know, what's your thoughts on that?
I'll be honest, I hadn't even thought about it.
Okay.
I just thought it's one of the scenes. It's just showing us a different tech. But just looking at the sides, you've got the triangular pillars. Out there on the right side, you've got that kind of crane that you can see.
But with a modern twist, we want everything you see to feel like it has a soul, its own personality.
Thing. Yep, I'd go. See, if I had to say which race it was, I'd say Xi'an.
Yeah, and again, the anti-gravity going right up and around the roof. If you ever saw the leak, they literally had paths like that go up and around the roof. So I think why they've put this in is basically that they have said there's anti-gravity stuff in Squadron 42, and this scene is obviously a breakup of the gameplay. You're going to get a different sort of puzzles instantly when you have anti-gravity stuff. So again, being able to walk up the walls and all that is just going to take all the gameplay you had and invert it on its head. You know, whether you get it again or multiple times with the Zion, we'll have to wait and see. So yeah.
Personality and tells of a history long before you arrived.
Again, the vertical slice. Holy shit, has this changed Algared? Like, it's gone from like a 5 to a 10 type of thing in 5 years, wouldn't you say?
Indeed, it's like when you look at a lot of the stuff that we saw in the vertical slice compared to now, it is just mind blowing. It really is staggering. Just seeing the development of the game as it's gone forward.
Yeah, lightning and effects and all that has just really gone up quite a bit. And we know that this is a different scene because in the other slice it was you and Colton. That appears to be a retaliator, so it seems to be you're going to be going through the coil quite a few times.
And this time you've got a couple of people with you rather than just a single ship.
Crafting interesting flight spaces and their connecting tissue has been one of the more unique challenges we've needed to overcome for Squadron. Developing our VDB tech to blend seamlessly between tighter traversal spaces and into wider space vistas and planets has proved incredibly difficult but rewarding, ensuring that Squadron flows seamlessly from one chapter to the next, without interruption. Creating a diverse array of locations is essential to us. Our environments need to work from a variety of scales. We need to pay close attention to detail, whether we're working in a dirty engineering vent or navigating the debris of a dying star, wondering what may be around that next corner, or even...
So a little few frame rate issues here, but obviously they'll get fixed in the polish pass.
Who may live there? How would they have survived? And what state of mind?
Want to be around this area.
Oh yeah, this place looks a bit scary. A little bit like Spider 2, reconstructed stuff.
I was thinking you could see why the salvagers want to be around here. You know, the scrappers, the people ripping stuff off and selling those wires and.
Well, again, we saw a Reclaimer and a Starfarer around the coil in that vertical slice back in the day.
Yeah, but this is our rightful salvage. We've claimed this site.
We even saw this bridge as well in the vertical slice, where you go around and talk to one of the people on the deck, but they don't show that this time, but they still show the same scene. Night and day, though, if you go look at the old stuff. The screens actually do stuff this time where they didn't last time.
We've worked closely with our social teams in delivering a cohesive social experience when you're taking some downtime from our refined flight
at you as he was walking by.
And FPS missions, or even missions of the more eerie.
Freelancer, well, it's never been touched because it's obviously in the game and they didn't want to rework it, so.
Be kind. We'll be introducing new space stations on a massive scale.
So Algared, I do want to talk about this really quickly. I think there might be a ship here that we might get down the road. You correct me if I'm wrong, but notice the 4 engines here on that. So I'm just talking here. Those 4 engines.
We'll be introducing new space stations on a massive scale, all brought
and
together
notice
and
this.
designed to be as tangible as possible.
It comes around and shows you
so that's the same ship, right?
Function,
but
age,
notice the top
try
of
to
it.
ensure there's a progression in our.
That looks like an oil tanker ship, aka the ship I've been telling you called the Nebula.
No, the one you call the Nebula.
Yeah,
we don't know what it's called.
No,
yeah.
I did say I called it the Nebula. I called it the Nebula. I'm wondering if that is the really big gas collector. Now, I could be totally off the mark here and it's just a ship for Squadron 42, but I was just curious.
But even if it's a ship for Squadron 42, that is a large gas refinery collector, that's still filling in that triangle of ships for every category. It doesn't.
Yep.
Just because they've got a ship in a category doesn't mean we necessarily get it.
But yes, I put this back to you though. But what manufacturer is that? I can't pick it. It's just like a big box and it's got like a little thing on it. So I don't know. Consolidated Outland's the only one I can really think of that would kind of fall into that box shaped thing. But even then, they break outside that mold too. But yeah, I don't know who that is. If it is even.
I'd be trying to think of a company that does the refinery or does the mining or does the collection.
Yeah, it also just does look a little bit like cargo containers there, but they look like liquid-based cargo containers. So again, it's hard to tell from a few clips, but it's a big ship that we've never seen before. So again, it could just be bespoke and we never see it again. So yeah.
Someone said 100% Pioneer.
We'll see.
Style with each station.
You do see those engines again, and I'll point those out when we do. And also, I think this is heading up to see Trejo in that scene we saw them eating and stuff, because this appears to be a part of that Wexler's station. We'll see.
As you
shopping and food and all that
game.
that we've seen in, you've seen in the space stations we have in game at the moment. This just seems to be an expanded version of that we're about to walk through. See, Chinese noodles and stuff.
Big Benny's, not Chinese noodles.
So things that we've slowly seen pop into into Star Citizen essentially has been used in this. It's just, again, it's that overflow. Engines of that ship I was talking about off on the left.
As you can see today, the teams are working incredibly hard.
And show you them.
Yeah, they will turn in a second.
Hard, ramping up the detail and quality to match the breadth of our vision for Squadron 42.
So I'll pause it just there. Yeah, I don't know what ship that is. What if it's the Jupiter Algared? I don't know, I'm just chucking it out there. It could be anything, couldn't it? You just don't know what it is.
My gut feeling is the Jupiter actually became the Hercules, I think. As much as I'd like there to be a separate Crusader carrier.
It does appear like there might be a little door down here. I don't know if that, again, it's hard to tell with the video, but like if that's got internals, if it's got internals, I'd say we might see it in Star Citizen, but if it doesn't, then obviously it's just a skin, but we'll have to wait and see. But we haven't seen a big ship like that we've never known anything about for a long time. So yeah, it's just again, me and Algared tend to focus a lot on ships, so yeah.
Yep. Yes, Eric, I have seen you say it's the same bridge as the Pioneer.
Oh, okay.
Very well be.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, again, we need more consolidated Outland ships, don't we? So yeah.
It is, and it is a very big ship, and we do know the Pioneer is a very big ship.
All right.
Lillian, yes, Crusaders carrier-in-law is called the Jupiter.
All right.
Now I know you're all asking, when can I play it?
When can I play it?
When we have the locked release date, you will be the first to know. Now we're in polishing phase on Squadron 42. You will start to see a lot more things coming to Star Citizen, as well as overall progress on the persistent universe. The polish phase can take some time.
Giant Retaliator there in the background, Algared. I don't know if you noticed that.
Yep. No,
which
I
is
didn't
nuts,
notice that.
which is huge.
We have come this far, and we want to make sure Squadron 42 delivers on the promise of being this generation's wing commander. Now, even though there's only a few of us in this video, I'd like to extend a big thank you to all our staff around the globe who have been putting their heart and soul into bringing Squadron 42 to life. and I would like to thank everyone in the community for your patience and your support. To paraphrase Admiral Bishop, when people ask, what did you do in the development Squadron 42? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line.
It's a little cringe there because I instantly thought of answer the call, so I held the line, but no one answered the call. That was where my brain went straight away.
I answered the call and held the line. My response to that was, I am the line.
Yeah.
I'm proud to stand with you.
So Derek says, just to be clear, he's not saying that it is the Pioneer, but he thinks it's consolidated Outlandian look.
Yep.
My take on that is if it's a capital ship, and it's a Pioneer, and it's a Crusader ship, and it's consolidated Outland, it would make, I think it, because we don't have a Pioneer, I could see it being the Pioneer or a Pioneer variant or something like that. And maybe that's where they go in terms of the Pioneer. We do know the Pioneer's gone into manufacturing rather than just base building, so...
All right, time will tell.
Time will tell.
Now, Jail actually posted a translation of this. He got it from CIG, and it's something like, I rise, I something, I aspire, or something. It's basically I something, I something, I something.
I came, I saw, I conquered. Basically that type of line.
Akin to that, but it's like I rise. Yeah, I can't quite remember. I know I rise and I ascend is two of them, and I think the last one is I take. I just can't remember the order. It's like I rise, I ascend, I take, or something like that. But yeah, that's essentially what he says. Would have been nice too to see a little bit of Andy's circus, so to speak, because him and I can't remember the other guy's name, but there's two of them, two well-known actors that actually play these Vandal, and obviously Andy Serkis for Gollum and Planet of the Apes, really knows his stuff with creature movement.
I have to be serious, I think it was Andy Serkis, or at least at one point. But yeah, they do look amazing. Soundtrack is on fire, to take Citizen Scott's indication.
All right, so that was really, really long. Hope you enjoyed that. If you like this type of content, don't forget to like, ring the notification bell, and thank you to those that goes the extra mile that you'll see at the credits at the end of this video. Hope you enjoyed that. This is probably way too long. What was it? An hour and 33 minutes from a 26-minute video. Yep, only Inforunners could do that. All right, I'll see you next time. He's been Algared.
He's been executed. Oh, he's been executed. And we're out of here.
Right, thank you for bearing with us, those of you that are watching this live, because that was way too long. I was trying to speed it up, Algared, if you couldn't tell what I was trying to do.
Yep.
That's why I was pushing you along, because certain things were just way too long. Anyway.
It happens. Such is life.
Yes.
All right.
Nature of doing it live. Right, so that took an hour and a half out of our... That's literally cuts our stream in half, so we might go a little bit longer today, Algared, unless you've got things you need to do. When you get back, I'll let you
can cope with a little bit longer.
Yep.
As soon as I come back.
Yep, you're back. All right.
So Feathers has a question.
Yep.
We're only 2 hours behind on our question. 2.5 hours behind on questions now. So,
wonder why.
Yeah, I wonder why. Gee whiz. All right, so Feathers, what are you speculating for the added features Todd mentioned for the Pioneer?
So basically, back in the day, it was pitched as base building, but it clearly looks like it's moving to manufacturing. One of the things I wrote down when I was taking notes is they mentioned two types of manufacturing. They mentioned surveying and fabrication. So surveying is essentially the base building part, or surveying for where you can place buildings, and then you'll manufacture the buildings, and you'll manufacture the pieces of furniture and stuff, and then go place them. So there's a building part now and a placement part. That's what I took out of it. And so previously, like how the Pioneer was, again, this may or may not have changed, but like we've said, you can't build buildings on slopes with a huge ass ship. So it's got to go on flat land, and that might be literally a drawback to large ships. They have to build big bases in flat areas, and so it gives an advantage to the smaller ships to build in smaller, tighter spaces. But I think they did talk about it, didn't they, Algared? Turning them more into a factory rather than a 3D printer.
Originally, the it would go to an area and would literally 3D print the components for all the buildings for the outposts and just be done. So I think in the long run, any change, it changes it just from being that is a bonus. And it just adds to variation. And it means if you make the ship be able to do both of those and have different roles, then you only need one ship, not 3 or 4. And that's a plus.
It can also be that so maybe the Pioneer still is a 3D printer, right? So it can do it faster than the others, but it's locked to its positioning because it's so big. So therefore, when you go take a step down and go to a smaller ship, maybe it does just make them and push them out. So essentially, you can have the Pioneer build most of it, and then when there's this little tight space, you just print it out and move it into position. So it'd be really interesting. Thank you for the Prime subscription, Vendrick. I wonder if we've actually missed any other subscriptions because we're an hour and a half. So apologies if you did. I can't see any, but yeah, apologies if you did. I've gone back quite a way there, and there's none there that I can see. So yeah.
We didn't do a capsule.
No, we didn't do a capsule. No, we did a whole filing. We did a whole filing cabinet. No file or capsule. Just a bang.
We don't do capsules. We do filing cabinet.
Yeah. Catch Paul. Splash. Anyway. So yeah.
Paul does capsules. We don't know what they are.
So I think that's a lot of the reason why the Pioneer kind of got frozen, and you weren't able to CC to it because they didn't know what they wanted to do with it. And I think that's also echoed in the fact that we've never seen another base building ship because they wanted to kind of work out how that was going to work. And I think when we learn about how it's going to work, we'll also finally see CCUs to the to that ship.
Pioneer.
Yeah, and probably possibly a price increase too, maybe.
I wouldn't be surprised. But when you look at the way they decided to take outposts and they wanted to have the different building styles, it changed from just being those square blocks, which you got the impression that's what the Pioneer was doing, to domes and everything else. And that changes the way you want that to be able to do, and it just makes things difficult and more.
And having the ship place around what you're building essentially on 3 sides really limits how you can build those buildings, because it limits how big they can be, but not only that, it limits the way the structure can bend and move, because all of a sudden, as soon as you build it in a horseshoe shape, you're going to have this side of the ship intersecting with the first part of the horseshoe.
You get to a point where you can't place a ship to build because you've got a building there, so you've actually got to place them miles apart, whereas and so the whole reasoning of why they seem to change it seemed obvious, but
and then there's also the elevation thing we talked about as well. So there's a couple of benefits to just making them into factories, but again, as we said, it might also allow them to differentiate, because again, if you look at the video, it actually talks about every time you go up a size of ship, you can build one building more, so just small at the bottom, then small and medium, bang 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 as you go up. So yeah.
So, to change topic slightly, Mongo Mo wants to know, do we think the Zeus Bounty Hunter, the MR, will let the pilot control the EMP, snare, or both?
Eventually be able
Blue and Hawk allow this, but the Antares does not.
So eventually be able to do everything, because the way MFDs work, you can customize the way you want. So all you're really asking the question is when it goes in game first off, how will it be? And again, whatever they want it to be. It doesn't really matter to me, because I know eventually you'll be able to do whatever you want. So I'm not a now person, I'm more of a release person, and Algared, I think you're a bit the same there, yeah?
Kind of also hope that we don't have things where the pilot's just trying to do everything, where some things you just, there's a limit to how many things you can have your pilot do on the MFD, and, so if you do your snare and your EMP, it might mean you can't have your energy control or something else going, and that's why you really do want those at multi-crew.
Personally, for me, I think setting stuff off when you're flying, so the EMP and the dampener not so much, because you just kind of turn it on and it's on, but the EMP specifically, I really think the pilot needs to use that, because it's got to be timed really well. And again, if the other two are inside remote turrets, you're losing the DPS and the attack ability, so he is just flying and then has to press a button to set it off. So for me, eventually, I think the pilot will probably do that. And again, if it's one pilot for EMP and another button for that, I have no reason why, especially you know, because most of the time he's not going to be firing his guns. He's going to try and bring the turrets to bear, like you and I talk about with the Hurricane. I think his main job is supporting his gunners, not being, you know, so he's like, and, you know, so he can concentrate on not so much shooting, but flying.
I could, and I'm not sure how you do this, but I could see an EMP being tied to an engineering post so that the engineer could turn off systems, hit the EMP, and then turn them back on again. So, to try and mitigate the impact.
Again, you're going to be able to do that because look at the way the MFDs are going. Everyone is going to be able to go into a system as long as they've got permissions and do that. So you could go, hey, I'm flying and it's really reckless here. Can one of you guys get off the turret and turn on the quantum dampener? You know, and so you'll be able to do that. The flexibility is there. That's the best thing. Like when it's all done, we don't have to guess. We can just we can set it how we want. Yeah.
Voodoo Child has a question. With the hangar gameplay seen at Sitcon, do you think having extra hangars will increase or decrease value of a $5 game package? Or a $5 extra game package? I don't think at the moment we've got $5 extra game packages, and I don't think they, you know...
Yeah, so you have to rent them in the final game, so they have fees associated with them. So more you have, the more fees you're going to have to pay. So... and I think the styles of them, like back when they used to, do they even still sell the different styles? I haven't looked for ages. Yeah, so you used to be able to. There was like 4 different sizes you could buy, and some of the ships you buy now actually come with different types of hangars. I believe. I have to have a look, but I think the F8C came with one, but I might have to check that. But again,
I'd have to double check whether they're still coming with hangars.
Yeah, it's been something I haven't looked at for years, but I know I've got like 5 or 6 of them. And again, it's just something they've never ever actually come back and delved into. I think it's because they've probably moved on from that. Let's be honest. If you look at the games right now, half the hangars are based around error review. Right? They've got to come back and put in the safe land ones, and I honestly reckon most of those will be associated with fees. So you can spend money and get like a Revel in York, but you'll pay a lot more for it, and it'll probably be a lot bigger. And then you can get a safe land, and it's, you know, the bare minimals and essentials. We haven't really seen what dictates the differences, or why is the cost valid.
I do get the understanding that the first hangar you've got with your game pack was a rent-free hangar.
Yep.
And then any extras you get with that. And I think Voodoo Child's picking up the question, well, if I get an extra game pack on my main account, do I get a second hangar that I don't pay rent on? And my gut would say, yeah, but I don't know.
I'm more inclined to say I don't know, because they just haven't talked about this stuff for so long. I think
I'd like to think yes, but we don't know.
And again, I'm just thinking here off the top of my head, like the different qualities of hangar. There might be an initial cost for buying the hangar, and then an ongoing rental price that's the same. So maybe you pay more to get a Revel in York, but then the rent is the same. You know, so again, this has not been talked about in a really, really, really long time. And again, from my memory, they took them off the pledges come with hangers.
I think they took them off the store.
Hang on. Lemming says pledges come with hangers, referral rewards don't. So hangers are still a thing then, according to Lemming.
So yeah. So in short, we don't really know. Boris the Blade says, after learning a bit more about the new balancing of weapons components, Lynx Mark II, where do you think the Connie will end up after its rework? Love you guys. Well, thanks for the love. Where do we think the Connie will end up after its rework? Bloody good.
Yep. And it'll be the same thing with the Freelancer too. There's some older ships that have been around since the very beginning, literally from Kickstarter. So they're going to get much love. And again, like the Connie itself has got the man's name on it, for crying out loud. And it's that ship right in the middle of everything. It is the hyper generalist.
I because of the way they've kind of done 3 ships and marketed 3 ships. So you've got the 600i set as a competitor of Connie, and you've got the 400i as a competitor of Connie. The 400i doesn't feel as big as a Connie, and the 600i dwarfs a Connie. And so, is the Connie going to grow? Is it going to stay the same size? Is it just going to be made awesome? And yeah, I don't know.
It's definitely showing its age, though, Algared. We talk about that a lot.
Its age.
But those older ships, so like the Starfarer, the Retaliator, and I know you as well. I'm very interested to see how that Retaliator drops when it does. It is in the
Absolutely.
list of ones coming, and that'll be a really good example to go with your question. What's going to happen to the Connie? Because you can go look at the old Retaliator now, and when the new one comes out in the next 12 months, there's your answer. I think that gives you your answer.
Then do a comparison, and that's going to help us work it out. So yeah. Aurelius Indomitus says, after Citizencon, do you think War Bond and CCU discounts will be lesser because release of Squadron 42 will be next year?
Anything's possible. I can't tell. Well, they weren't at Invictus. You know, they were about 30% lower than from the the heyday of War Bond CCUs. So I'd expect them to be about the same. Again, they want to drive sales with older backers. They need to use those because we just weren't opening our wallets for a time period because there was no benefit to us to do so. We would just melt and move around.
I think in the long run, I think the real question you're asking is, are we going to see them disappear as the game comes out and they stop? They stop us being able to CCU ships and even do buybacks. And I think they will give us plenty of warning when it's going to happen, when they're going to stop that altogether.
I do think there might be a time period though, Algared, where they allow you to use credit that you've got left over with cash, and then eventually there'll probably be a cut off to that. It's like, well, you need to use your credits now because we're eventually going to go into only a cash buying of ships. How far away that is, and again, that's a massive assumption on my part, but you can see where I'm going with this though. If they can eventually turn that part of the store off, all the credits and all that, it just new ship comes out, you pay X amount of dollars to get it, and you get an advantage to use that ship for X amount of months or whatever, and before anyone else can use it.
Whether they turn your credits into game credits, I don't know.
True. That's a good one.
We'll leave them as store credits and just treat store credits as fresh cash, which personally I think.
That's a good way to do it, actually.
Should be treated as cash, but that's
a good idea.
My view. I know they stopped that because I've got this, I'll just melt that ship, I'll buy what I want, I'll melt that, put it in storage, and melt my ship again. So doesn't help for funding a game if you're only constantly recycling your credits to get what you want. Chris ROU. I'm not sure how.
Did you turn into a dog?
It's Chris Scooby Doo.
Yes, Chris Scooby Doo.
Sorry.
How are you?
Says, does the A1 come with streamers and beer?
Streamers and beer? No, it comes with blackjack and hookers, but they're made up and they don't matter.
I just thought it came with, poppers, to drop them down.
I think he's talking about the giveaway one, Algared.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Algared will lend you a uwu girl for 1 week, but you have to feed and clothe her. So yeah, that's a part of the deal. Yeah.
And just be aware that uwu girls are, as far as old man Hurston is aware, an effect of drinking too much Evercrack, and so it's hallucinatory. So. Hallucinogen. If I said that right, I don't think I did. Crypts and Cantrips says, do you get to play Pyro? Did you get to play Pyro? If so, what did you think?
No, we haven't got to play Pyro yet. We have no idea if we're going to get to play Pyro yet. We haven't got any emails.
We weren't at the con, so no.
Yeah. First people that got in were people at the con. Then I think it's also Concierge level, the amount you've played and subscribers and stuff like that.
And I think it's opening on the 31st, isn't it?
It was 6 days yesterday, so 5 days. So 1, 2, 30. It'll be the first for you and me, Algared. The 31st and the up over,
Yep. Bryce Johnson, what are you both most excited for from Citizencon this year? So much.
Star Map is a big gameplay one, and I think when that comes in, it's going to be such a huge quality of life improvement for so many people. But yeah, there's a lot there to really look forward to, isn't there? The lighting, it's just so much.
Yeah, I found the lighting one really good. Just looking at the way in which lighting became more real. It didn't just look one dimensional. It kind of gave that idea of it being, because it was picking up all the lighting, and you saw the ray tracing coming in and doing that as they were doing the lighting with ray tracing, and how you were getting the bounce of light.
So for how For how good Star Citizen looks right now, it's kind of astronomical to think it's going to look like that in 12 months. It's kind of nuts. So
yeah. And just looking at the way, you know, when a ship turned upside down and you could see the reflection of light from the planet, that the hair, I just enjoyed the lot. And then having
he's gushing if you can't tell, guys. He's gushing.
Yeah. And then Squadron 42 feature complete.
Yeah.
Vindication.
And honestly, they did. You know, now that kind of is done, like the gap between episode 1 and 2 should not be like. I had people going, "Man, it better not be another 10 years to the next one." Well, it won't. You know, they'll. You know, traditional game theory is in thirds, so it's usually a third the same, a third modified, and a third new. Right? Again, look at any games that add sequels and stuff like that. It'll be much the same. So. Minimum probably 2 years, but I think more realistically, just for a game of this size and complexity, it might be 3 years between chapters. But we'll have to wait and see. They again, Polaris has gone into production. The rumor is that the Polaris is in episode 2, Algared, isn't it? You know, we know it's not in episode 1 because of the timeline. It's not built yet. You know, so what if the episode 2, the main ship, instead of being in Idris, we're on a Polaris? You know, they would be into. You know, certain people at CIG would have to have been in pre-production for some of this stuff. Like concept artists, I'd have to be into some of that stuff by now, surely. You know, so I actually think in some weird way, some parts of episode 2 are probably already in. You know, or being worked on at the very least.
So
you know,
those people who were at Citizencon, if you managed to manhandle Dave Haddock, he would have been the guy to ask.
Yeah.
Because he's the scriptwriter.
Have you started doing any work on episode 2 yet? Was it Behind Enemy Lines or something like that? So yeah. And you can even tell from the title what it's going to be. They're in Vandal space, behind enemy lines. And I think the last one will be something like the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's what I would call the last one, but we'll have to wait and see.
Undiscovered Country. Oh, sorry, I can't use that title. It's been used by another franchise.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. I don't know, something like that, but yeah.
Okay, as at the 952 says, did we hear anything about the Liberator recently? Not that I can recall.
No. I also heard from the person that told me about the expedition not being for the Reclaimer, is he did ask John Crew what ships he thought were coming after RSI, and they said they had some talking about it internally, but they hadn't come to a conclusion. So it's as up in the air as anything.
He goes on to say, wouldn't we need a ship like this for Pyro? Yes. Just wondering how all the ships like fighters get around if it's so big.
Didn't they say they put stations in for Pyro just for the initial implementation, and they're going to turn certain stations off?
I didn't know if they were going to turn them off, but it made sense to have lots of small stations throughout Pyro because you've got lots of gangs, and each gang will have a certain area of turf. And that turf will be based around a station or a landmark, or and those places will be your refuel, rearm, repair,
but obviously
and it's going to be dependent on rep.
And obviously the small ones is obviously annoying because you're going to have to stop, land, go in, refuel, come out again, stop, land, go in, refuel, come out again, and you're going to have the money to do so. So getting across somewhere like Pyro is going to be a pain in the backside for smaller ships. Again,
and also having the rep with the station. So if you don't have a rep, they might just all out just shoot you, or you're going to pay 10 times the price. So
well, they talked that about in the panel, didn't they? About depending on what level of rep you had was how easy you could get into the marketplace and the bazaar, and then even when you got into the market, it was going up to higher levels and stuff like that as well. So rep's really important, as we've been saying for a while now.
The one thing I do hope is the rep, and I think the mob with the tattoos should be the hardest to get rep with, and it should also be the hardest to get out of because you've got the tats are
even within
the way you get in.
Even with the gangs themselves, they talked about the layers of tattoos, or the more tattoos you had. Does that mean the player has to get tattoos to go up in rep as well?
Well, they did say the tattoos were applicable to the characters. So,
but instantly, it also means then that the lawful people can see that you got tats, and now that. So it's not just the ship you're in now; it's also you yourself can look like a pirate. So see where we're going there.
And that also has an impact on like if it's only the one gang with tat, then that also has an impact on how you'll relate to the other gangs. And so it really but reputation really becomes a really massive aspect of the PU.
Can you go to someone that's like, you know how we talked about a doctor that could change the way you look, like a character, like a character creator editor guy? Can you go to a certain doctor and he removes the tattoos, but you can see laser marks from the tattoos? So it's like, oh, you were a pirate and now you're trying to reform. So you get, you see, like, I mean, but the marks of the past.
And then the pirates go, hey, you've turned your back on us.
Yeah, exactly. So you're kind of in between.
Yeah, well, you're no longer even just good. You're now anathema to them because you're trying to get out. Well, and they may even put a hit on you. You know.
Well, they talked about the neutral, didn't they? You know, the lawful, so again, it puts it in the. You can put yourself back to neutral, but can you put yourself back to good? You know, that's really interesting.
And so that's the whole rep system, and that's speculation and dreaming and hoping and all the rest of it. And that's
again, if you looked at Freelancer, when you played that, like there was after a certain time, there was just no missions you could do. You couldn't kind of, you know, and so a lot of people, if they want to play the game more, they had to go into the bad side of the game and level up with the pirates and stuff like that. So all these people that think they're just going to go out and, you know, hunt pirates down, pirates are going to have a place to call home too, and a place to hide, and their place is going to be different. Just as there'll probably be neutral places as well, where you can go and you're welcome at both places because you're neutral. And that might be the middle ground for some of these. I'd be interested to see, and I think it'll even go outside that, where you'll have factions that are like they're neutral, but you're still going to get rep with them. You know what I mean? So, and you're welcome there if you're a pirate or whatever. So there'll be places you can go depending on the rep that you've got. And I wonder how much that transfers. Like, can I be an absolute pirate in one system, but then in another system, I'm more welcome because the tats aren't recognized, or whatever the marks are not recognized. So maybe one gang that's tats, another gang it's just the jacket I wear. So I just take the jacket off and I put on something. You go and go with this, right? So there will be areas where you can play good and bad depending on the system. Hopeful.
Yep. And yeah.
Right.
We don't know.
Yep.
I think we did that. Okay, so JJ has a question. After seeing Squadron 42 gameplay, how far are the fidelity and whatnot, and what with and what we've removed, and that was a question you actually asked earlier, JJ. I'm not going to try and read it again because it badly passed, and I'm struggling over that.
Yeah, I think we kind of
have another.
I think we
made me have another air shot.
I think we talked about it in the video we recorded anyway. Yeah,
we did. Zohan Disco, do you think they are going to sell Retaliator modules at IA or Invictus launch week?
Depends when the thing hits the table.
I think they'll resell those when they bring out the new Retaliator.
Yeah, hopefully. And again, it's dependent if they want to start selling modules again. Because again, a lot of the things they stopped selling or modified or changed is because they were unsure how it was going to work. You know, and I think they looked at the Retaliator and went, well, we're losing money on this because now we've got a module that does this. People are far less likely to buy this ship because it's like, well, look at the Caterpillar as an example, or look at the Galaxy, right? Why would I have bought why would I have bought the Apollo? Because now I can buy the Galaxy and I get a hospital ship and I get a cargo ship.
Yep.
That's why the Apollo came out first. Why would I buy a base building vehicle? Because now I can get the Galaxy does that and it does the hospital. You get where I'm going with this. So they've basically, it looks like they've structured in such a way to promote sales of certain things before others, because otherwise why would you buy one ship when you could buy the Swiss Army knife version?
Okay. Truspira says, do you think the Zeus will make a better daily driver than a Cutlass Freelancer? Is it worth losing the weapons?
I'll let you answer that one.
It depends on the Zeus you go for.
Depends on the Freelancer too. Which Freelancer are you replacing?
Yeah, and which Freelancer are you replacing? So, what gameplay are you into?
Yeah, because like the Dur's probably got more cargo than I'd have to double check this. This is one thing I haven't checked, but the Dur's probably got more cargo. I mean, I'll go check it now.
The Mac certainly has more cargo than say the MR. I think it comes like, in the end of the day, it comes down to flavour of ship you like. For me, I'd probably go Zeus over a Cutlass because I prefer RSI's aesthetic to Drake's at the moment.
So an
the
ES
Cutlass is really good.
So an ES has 32 from my memory, and the DIR has 120. So do you want a cargo-based Explorer, or do you want one that's got like a bigger radar, or can go further with the fuel tanks or stuff like that? You've got to look at every ship on its merit. And the DIR's also got fuel scoops, which kind of also assists with it moving that set amount of cargo. DIR has 36. See, this is the problem. Mine's actually saying, look, I just Googled this and said 120. This is the problem with old stuff. I'll go look at it again. This is what happened. This one says 32. It's 36 as well. I'm reading another one that says 120. This is the problem. Old stats versus new.
Better off hitting the Matrix of Lies. At least if it's been updated recently, it's probably closer to correct.
Cargo 36. Yeah, so there's multiples that say 36 and there's only one that says 120. But the very top one that came up, 120. So again, at 36, it's only 4 SCUs difference, so they are really comparable in size. You can see. It all comes down to tiny little things.
I just think it comes down to flavour, which one you like.
Yeah. Well, 6 degrees of separation, really, isn't it? There's not too much between. Yeah, the Fat Max is like 120, and I think that was the mistake I made, because the Fat Max I thought was a lot lower from what I read, and you can see I just made the error again, and that's what happened before the video. So yeah, the Fat Max is 120, and I think the Clipper's 128. So yeah, 8 SCU. But then again, you can't get to your repair modules on the.
That's the big difference with the Clipper and Fat. Like it was said, we missed it, but we didn't because we were recording when that dropped. So
yeah, and then you got the armor as well on the Clipper as well, but again, they haven't really gone in and talked about the Freelancer and armor in a really long time. So, and again, they're about to do that whole weapon pass as well, and upgrade pass. So again, it's really hard to recommend anything too much at the moment, other than the layout of a ship, right? And obviously, the Freelancer's 2/3 the length essentially of a Zeus. So, and again, it looks more like a 2-player ship than a 4-player ship. So again, if you look at the natural progression, does that mean the Freelancer is going to grow much bigger, or are they going to change the number? And I would argue they're probably going to change the number, unless you think any different.
So do you grow the Freelancer so it's more like a Connie competitor, or do you keep it as that and keep it as a Zeus competitor? And
we're more in line with the Cutlass, because like it's the same size roughly as the Cutlass, so it should really be 2, not 4. And again, think of all the extra quality of life things you can do when you're taking 2 people out of that ship. It unclusters the ship, and you're going down to 2 beds instead of 4. And so what other things that you can put in? And you'll admit, anyone that goes through that ship will tell you it's very clustered and very tight. Can we go back, Algared, to the original stairs landing gear?
Oh, I used to love those.
Instead of that shitty ladder on the side, yes, please.
love the stairwell entrance. That entrance to the old Freelancer felt more grand than the grand stair.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Yeah,
in the 890 jump.
Yeah, agreed. Absolutely.
You know, it just gave you that sense I'm entering the ship, and it's But I can understand why they got rid of it.
And it had that. It had that 1920s feel. You know, that's what Misk had back in the older Misk stuff felt like that. You know, that chrome area of in aviation. What was the movie that had Leonardo DiCaprio in it, and he built all those big planes and stuff? It always reminded me of that. And he had those big polished round planes, and I'd like to see, again, we're seeing this age difference between all this stuff. I want to see some older looking Freelancer, you know, type style ships and Misk ships that have that 1920s Earth aesthetic. I think it would actually be really kind of cool to have that carry over. Anyway.
Yeah, and I think the big difference with the Clipper versus the Freelancer or the others is the fact that the Clipper's boxes are going to go right to the side, so you can't, as you said, once it's fully loaded, you can't get to your component access, and that's going to be thing stuff up, you're in trouble. And
I'm just going to very quickly answer a question by Lemming Cutter. Lemming. Anyway.
Yep. Roo or Rou says, or Ro0 or whatever, says, in Squadron 42's demo, we saw a smaller version of a Bengal named Corvus on the main display of a bridge. of the Bengal carrier, any news on this ship type that is a possible escort carrier? Yes, it could be a possible escort carrier. That's about all I can tell you.
Oh, sorry, I missed the question because I was replying to Lemming. I'll read it myself. Hold on. Yep. We saw multiple versions of modified ships apparently in that leak trailer that I've never watched, but apparently people told me there were multiple different versions. Yeah, and a Corvus is a type of cat, so that does make it a Bengal. Any news on the ship type that is possible escort carrier? Could be anything. One of them could be the battleship. Remember the battleship, Algared? It depends where CIG wants to take it, or it could just be a modified version. We know battleships themselves they started out with heavy armor, didn't they, in World War II, Algared, and then they built ones without the armor because they went heaps faster. It's very common to modify something, and it's happened quite a lot through human history.
Pre World War II, but you're still right. Yep. So you had battleships, then they built the battle cruisers because they were basically the same thing, and but with less armor because you want to go faster. But same idea, and they could do the same here with Star Citizen.
I only know about it because you told me. Right? He's the World War II buff, not me. But again, we've taught each other things over time. So yeah.
Anyway, so could be an escort carrier, could be just a different variation of a carrier, could be, how many Galaxy CCUs and manufacturing modules are going to be sold at IAE due to base building segment? I have no idea.
A lot, I think, because I think the Pioneer is going to be the two ships I've already seen, Algared, that people seem to be scrambling for is the Pioneer is the big one, right? But I don't think people have realised what's happening with the Idris. So the Idris is coming out with Squadron 42, and then the price is going to go up because it's in game. So this is the last kind of 12 months where you've got a chance to buy an Idris.
That's true.
Pioneer's not going to be in for 2 years.
Unfortunately, we do know that the Javelin's not coming out with Squadron. It's coming out
a little later. But
later.
You'd get that.
But that gives you a little bit more time. But
you'd assume, though, you'd get the Javelin before the Pioneer in my book anyway.
You'd get the one that's going to go up in price the most, yeah.
Yeah. No. I mean, I think the Javelin will be in game before the Pioneer because the Pioneer is probably not the one they're going to use for base building. Essentially at the start because it's the bigger one. They'll probably use one of the two in the middle. You know, either the Galaxy or the MCV.
Yeah, I think the Galaxy with that manufacturing plant, they'll probably have some form of building aspect. But even if you look at the Idris and go, oh, Idris is coming out, and that means its price is going to go up. When the Javelin comes into game, its price is going to go up.
Yep, same thing, and
so
that's a huge jump too.
They're both big,
10 to 30%. So at $3,000, it's what $3,300 minimum type of thing. Algared, I can't hear you, mate.
I've dropped.
Oh, you're back. You're back. I can hear you again.
I think I had one of those internet glitches. Or
that's all good.
So, Mike Adams, how many galaxies? We've done that one. Sorry. Looney Tune 13636 says, should the Zeus Explorer not have better scanners to avoid combat while the MR seeks combat and would want better shields? That's one of the things we did think, but hey, we'll find out more when CIG tells us more.
Yep.
Adam W. Did the Squadron 42 video bring a tear to your guys' eyes like me? I have never been more proud of a team. Execute certainly cried.
You can go look at the live stream I bought like a baby. So yeah.
I didn't see the Citizencon bit, and had I seen that, I probably would have got a bit teary because I do get like that. But watching just the Star Citizen Squadron 42 Hold the Line video, I was just fist pumping. I was just, and not about time as in about time I got it done, but about time it got vindicated. Because so often it felt like, Squadron 42 and CIG were being panned for being, scam and all the rest of it. And I've always held that it was going to be a brilliant game, and I just think what they showed
that it's going to be that.
Showed it's going to be a brilliant game. So it's living up to my expectations. So I was pumped for that, and just seeing all the little bits and pieces and bits that I didn't expect to be there. The scope of Squadron 42 is.
There was a few people too that said it, like during the reaction videos I watched, that said it's the best looking game they've ever seen. So that's high praise.
Yeah. So anyway, moving on. And yes, I was very proud of the team. And when Chris said I held, you can say I held the line, I was thinking, yeah, I held the line. I got the feeling at times that Chris and Sandy may have felt like they were, holding the line alone. And my thought was, you weren't holding it alone. You guys weren't holding it alone. We were there with you. And I think that I held the line. Byline really does sum up the backers and the team. Yeah. And even team members who have left the company now, they held the line for the longest time. So to give some of those guys credit as well. Gideon Sanders. Given the fact that CIG is an indie studio and has limited funds and tools available, can we state that the subject of server meshing CIG is the Tony Stark of gaming? You could probably say that. They've built a lot of the tools they need, and they continue to build the tools they need, which is awesome. Zeros, why does the top look a bit like the Banu?
I think he's talking about that ship we were looking at. It's the ship, the glowy one. Not really. It's not curved enough to be a Banu. Again, nothing. Nothing that we've looked at today looked Banu.
Yep. And the rumors I've heard are the races that are in the alien races in Squadron 42 are Xi'an and Vandul, not Banu. So if they're there, they're there. If they're not, Matt P, do you think the bike seen in the ship talk teaser could be Banu, marking the beginning of a building of a brand family? So, look, I don't know. I'm usually happy when things come along. I'm quite happy to go that what peeves me is when I don't mind new brands coming along, or new manufacturers coming along. What frustrates me is when you get an old manufacturer that's had an established law, and that law gets twisted out of shape to fit something they decide when there's another company in law. That seems to be the perfect match for that. That's when I get my knickers in a knot and bent out of shape. But I could also be seeing things, not being able to see everything that the designers and devs see. So, map, done that one. Crypts and cantrips. What is the big fury-looking thing in the silhouette slides?
So, before I answer that, I don't know if you just saw what I saw on Twitter. He actually got back to me.
Okay.
So, oops, sorry, I had that turned on from before. John Cruz actually replied here. A few people asked me if this cutter comes with a reclaimer. The answer is no. So there's confirmation from the man himself. So thank you, John, for getting back to me. I appreciate it. I'll actually say thank you.
Although my thing to John is, please, John, don't make it a drone. Make it a snub, but please don't make it a drone. That's my appeal.
Cool. No, good to know. I'd rather be wrong, than right. But at least I know it's not. You know what I mean? Like, I'd rather know what it's not. It's good. But yeah, and some other people stepping in there telling me they showed us the scout, not the expedition. Or it was that tree said that, not the expedition. But yeah, I heard it. Several people had talked to John. I heard it from 2 different people. But yeah, we got confirmation now, so that's kind of cool. Yeah, interested to see what it turns out to be. I think it'll probably just end up being with the suit.
John said, as he seemed to have indicated, it's most likely going to be a drone. And
no, I meant the expedition. So the expedition itself, you're probably still getting the suits and go out and grab components and stuff and bring back in, or you know, it allows you to explore into the internals of other spaceship because of the suit locker.
It does enable you to do a starter salvage ship.
Yeah,
and it puts it a rung below, or at least parallel to the Vulture.
And a run above everything else because you can change, well, the starter ships, because you can change your suit, obviously. Yep. So, yeah. Still interested to know what the roof rack is. Biggest mystery with that ship. What the hell is the roof rack? So that's what I'm looking for. And I deliberately didn't ask for information. I just asked for, is it or isn't it? So, yeah, it's cool to know. So I guess we'll find out soon, as John said in the panel.
So FM Boyd has a super chat for us, and he says, thoughts on my favourite ship, the RSI Pegasus. Yes, we do remember the Pegasus. It is a light. It was an escort carrier. I've always said I would love to have one because it would help me. It would solve my ship shipping problems.
But according to Level Cap, the biggest ship that you can play within the game is the Bengal. So the Pegasus doesn't exist, or the Retribution, or the battleship, the battle cruiser. Only the Bengal does. So again, someone needs to do some research.
Well,
sorry, so I got really annoyed. I got really annoyed when I watched his video because there was a shit ton wrong in it. Anyway, and he follows this game. I can forgive someone like Asmongold, but I cannot forgive someone like Level Cap that apparently follows the game like he does. He needs to do more research. Anyway, sorry, I'm venting.
I do think that the Retribution is the only ship that's bigger than a Bengal. In terms of ships that we use, there's the Cuban mining platform in Squadron that's bigger, but that's kind of a set place.
But
all the other ships tend to be smaller than a Bengal. So
they can, but from my memory, there's a scale on it, and the Bengal is the smallest one. It goes Bengal, Pegasus, Retribution, and we don't quite know where the battle cruiser sits because they've never shown it. So
Pegasus is certainly, from memory, the Pegasus is smaller than the Bengal because it's the escort carrier, not the battle carrier.
I will go look it up. I remember it the other way. It's all good.
So the Pegasus was the escort carrier. I always thought light carrier, but hey. But yes, I'd love to see it. We haven't heard anything about it. It did at one point disappear from the RSI pantheon of ships.
So can you see that, Algared? I know it's small.
Retribution.
Yeah, but look, there's the Pegasus, there's the Bengal.
Yep.
I would argue you are correct on area, but not on length. So that's probably what I've remembered. I've remembered the length, so it is longer, but it's not as big because the Bengal's fatter. So both right, just in different ways. So yeah, the Pegasus is thinner and longer, and the Bengal is fatter and wider. But I would say on area, Algared is correct. The Bengal is bigger than the Pegasus. So yeah.
I lost my train of thought.
Sorry,
yeah.
I'll try and find a clear image for people, but
But
some of these
the Pegasus,
are really...
I was saying the Pegasus did leave the RSI pantheon of ships for a while, and it's recently come back in. So at one point it had disappeared. It wasn't going to be a thing.
So there you go. This is a very, very, very old image. The Retribution is the biggest ship that we apparently are going to be able to get in game. That's the biggest human ship. It's not in the game right now, and it probably won't. We know it's got something to do with them building one, don't they, in the Squadron 42 Algared? And it's a one-off ship, isn't it? It's like
it's Admiral Bishop, basically Admiral Bishop's flagship in the end, is what I understand it becomes.
Yeah, huge, massive railgun. That whole gap between it is a massive railgun. The Bengal that you see right now, and you can see what I was saying with Algared, the Pegasus. Probably what 930 versus. Actually, you're right. You're right on all counts, Algared. It's 923 versus 930. So you are completely correct. The Pegasus is smaller. I was wrong. And you've got this is kind of like the Battlestar Galactica. You launch off on this bit, don't you, Algared? So yeah,
I do believe so. But you can see that against the hull E there, just above it, and that blows my mind. Like,
well, here's the Javelin above my head. Yeah. That's the biggest player-controlled ship that you can purchase. That's at least twice as big, the Pegasus.
Well,
so yeah.
To the right of the Javelin, you've got the Idris.
Yep, there you go. Yeah.
That's the biggest ship we've seen in game, and that massive. Well, we have seen the Javelin at the stations, but you look at the Bengal and and that just.
So you're worried about ship teams to build the Polaris? How long did it take to build that bloody thing?
Yeah,
75 years. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah,
Big Cavalier says size, and I say yes, size matters. So.
Obviously, there'll be some benefits to this being a little smaller, though. So, probably less fighters, but faster or something. But again, these are designed for orgs to fight over. There'll only be you'll have to find the hull and upgrade the components and look after it, and it can't be despawned. So it's this thing that you have to be in a fairly big org to get one of these. And that thing, if that thing ever goes in game, holy shit, there's probably going to be one of them. I'm going to be honest. I think that's the thing you'll never see in game. You reckon?
So I'm just trying to get this. There's the Endeavour. Right where my finger's pointing.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy. Well, there's move your head to the side. There's a merchantman behind your head too.
Oh, sorry.
The other way. And a Carrack.
And the Carrack. Although we do know the Endeavour is going to grow.
And the merchantman's probably grown.
Orion
the merchantman's probably grown since this picture was done.
And the Orion is double that size.
Yeah. So that's how old this thing is. They've been around this long, so.
Well, that was all the ships pretty much in, but around or close to it, because you got Connie there as well. You got the Aurora. That was all the ships of Star Citizen when that was done. So, in March, 2018.
It's interesting. It's going to be really interesting to see how that all pans out, because we know these ships are coming, but they're going to now we can kind of go back and fit it into this storyline and the history. And I know there's all these people that do lore like yourself and Paul, but like hearing it and seeing it are two very different things. It'll be interesting to see how it pans out.
Liberator wasn't a thing when that poster was made. We can't point to it. It didn't exist. Just a reminder, if you want to be in on the giveaway, go to our video from Citizencon live stream day 2.
Part 2, the blue one. The blue one.
Blue one? Leave a comment.
No, wait. It's not the blue one. It's the gold one. Shit.
Hey, just leave a comment on both of them, and you're guaranteed to be in the draw for one.
That's true. Yeah, it's hang on.
But the giveaway does work for day 2, not day 1.
Yeah.
But we'd love you to leave a comment on day 1 as well.
It's the one that it's listed on, and I'm pretty sure it's day 2. I'm just double checking. Yeah. So it was a live stream.
It says giveaway.
Yeah, it's the gold one.
The gold one.
Yeah.
The day 2 live stream giveaway ship. So that one.
So sadly, the one I linked in chat before was the first day. Oh, I stuffed up. Sorry, guys. I'm still exhausted. If you haven't figured that out, it takes a lot out of me. I have a sleeping condition, so that's why I get way tired than most people. You can even see the bags under my eyes. So yeah.
So anyway. Go to day 2 of our live stream. Leave a comment. That will put you in the draw. We will close that off shortly. Sorry if you went to day 1 and left a comment. Go in, do day 2. Leave a comment. That'll put you in with a chance to win. We'll close it off and work out that shortly, but don't forget to do that if you wish to be involved in the A1 giveaway.
Right, I will get something set up for that, Algared, while you do a question. I will try and listen the best I can, but yeah.
Yep. The question was, what's the big Fury-looking thing in the silhouette slides? We have no idea.
So
it looked like.
So look forward to a video, because me and Algared are going to go through. So the 2 videos we're going to do this weekend is we're going to do one where we react to that, or we might do it next week, and we're going to redo the Spirit one.
Yeah,
as a part 2.
Part 2s of our the 2 videos we kind of miss bits on, because hey, we're human. Laid back geek sounds like an Aussie. Do you think Citizencon 2024 will top this year's, even if they showcase Squadron 42 this year? And what do you think they will add to top it? Right. What do I think Squadron will be on Citizencon 2024? I am hoping that they'll say, and Squadron 42 is now available.
Yep. And probably a bit of base building. If it's gone into production, I think we'd probably get an update on it. you know, they were hoping to have it in. They did say hope to have it in by the end of the year.
Yep.
But I think would at least, you know, again, knowing other Citizencons Algared, you'd think that they'd show it there, you know.
Yep.
So yeah,
I definitely think, like, even if Squadron is not launched next year, they'll be saying it's in beta. So they'll be doing something like that. It'll be Squadron's now in beta, or Squadron's now done and polished and finished and done. And we're now working on the second module.
Sorry, I'm just reading something Waffle said in chat. It was bizarre. Anyway.
Cool. And we've just hit the, if you can see that the lighting on the sun has gone, it means we've
full.
gone 3 hours.
Yeah. It tends to do it, almost like clockwork. Right. Next question, please, Algared.
Lady Space Patrol, and we're now only 3 hours behind.
All right, I am going to cut the bot off right now.
Yep. Yeah, we need to cut that off. We're never going to get to the bottom otherwise.
Oh, holy shit. There's like 3 more pages of questions, and I'm on a portrait monitor.
it'll be a 10-hour stream just to get through these.
Yeah, we might not get through all of them, but we'll just go as far as we can.
All right. So, Lady Space Patrol says, what was the date Squadron 42 was removed from sale? I can't remember. Since that day, the opportunity cost has been growing. What were the 2021-22 revenue numbers from Squadron 42 specifically? Don't know. Since May of each year. That would project 2023 revenue loss by not selling Squadron 42. Given as much opportunity cost, it seems improbable that that release is far off.
I've just remembered a thing from legal reasons too that I'll talk about in a second. So what I remember, it went off because I went to the Philippines. It had already been removed by then, so I can at least say it was before July this year.
Yep.
As in when it was removed for sale. And I've just remembered a legal reason. Do you remember that they got money from the British government? Those contracts end in 2024.
And they need to have it out by 2024. Or they need to have a release date, so whether it's
they
beta
at least
or playable.
They need to at least have a playable version, so it's got to be in beta by 2024. So we're getting Squadron 42 next year, boys. There's no way around that. Someone go check my math, but go look into those documents. But I'm pretty sure I remember it saying it had to be playable by a certain date. We can look into it ourselves, or you guys can help us look into it. But I'm pretty sure that means it's got to be out by 2024 because of that.
And Soulbite says it was removed in May.
Oh, there you go. May. Yeah.
So, but yeah, I think it was a stuff up by whoever was in marketing to remove it. And I think part of it is because they want to do the module boxes and the different types of boxes. But
yeah, wait and see.
Sorry, we can't give much more detail than that. We just can't give.
Apparently they're saying they can't leave comments on that video. Okay, let me double check. Because day 1's got comments all over it, so I'll double check day 2.
While you do that, I'll do the next video. So this is the video.
There are comments on day 2. You can leave comments on day 2. You just couldn't at the time because we were live streaming. Apparently, I don't know. I thought you could leave comments on a live stream, but apparently you can only leave them on it after it's happened, which I thought was weird. But anyway.
Yep. So this is the video we couldn't leave a comment on because it was live. Yes, and yes. Either 826, which would be better, medium ship for a new player, Crusader A1, Cutlass Black. Brand new player, it depends what you want, but if you're not wanting to put money in, you have a cheaper ship that does what you want. If you're a single player, if you're a new player and you're solo, probably I'd even go below that.
It's kind of hard because of the. Do you want something that's just for you, or do you want something that's flexible that you and a mate can grow into? You know, of course, as soon as you go up to a second person, you're going to struggle. There's going to be things that you have to do that you can't do on your own, and eventually there'll be NPCs in that you'll be able to get you to help. There is no perfect ship. In essence, what Algared and I will say. And that's why we do recommend some of those medium ships, because again, I'd lean more towards the 2-person variety when you Algared, rather than the Zeus, because again, it's 3 people. So I'd be more like saying, yes, there is an advantage to the Cutlass and the Spirit, because they're 2-player based, where clearly it looks like, you know, the Zeus is going to be 3. So it's just that more inflexible again. But do you have 2 friends? Or can you find 2 friends? You see where it's hard for us to tailor.
Or you want to play solo, and
and
can't really answer that.
You have to answer that question.
For anyone,
not
my
us.
gut feeling for anyone who's just starting off and they just want to get a game pack, and that's all you need: a game pack and a ship.
Yeah. All right. Mods just let us know they can comment on the video, so the video is commentable, so it's totally fine. The other.
So I would at the present, if you've got a friend who is after a ship. The best ship at the moment, or best game pack at the moment, is the cutter with a green skin.
Yeah, I'd also possibly recommend, if you want something more like a Fix My Fleet. As I said, I'm going to be trying to hang out in Discord a lot more. Try and catch me on that, or again, maybe leave something in the Fix My Fleet channel if you want very tailored to you and your mates situation.
And Etty6, thank you for becoming a basic YouTube member. Always a pleasure to have you guys. Does make our job a little bit easier and helps us get things done. So thank you. Never expected, never required, but always appreciated.
We're going to have a talk about Citizencon for next year, Algared. Are we going to ask people for money or not? Because that's something I need to really think about. I've never really liked asking people for money.
Well, my gut is no, because I don't like asking people for money either.
You're the same. Yeah. But I might not be able to get there without it, so we'll see. We'll have to have a chat about that later. But we'll put it to you guys too. Little donation here and there, just to help us get there. Next one.
There is Lost in Walmart says there is an MPU in the Hull C video carrying a 32 SCU container. Without the cargo pod, yes. That is what the MPUV is supposed to be able to do.
Yep. Which is what Algared was saying way back at the start of this live stream, and then I backed him up and said it should have been a modular ship, not these variants, because it's always been like that, hasn't it, Algared?
Yep. In fact, when the MPUs came out and we had Olisar and we had the platforms with the 32.
Oh, he'll be back in a sec. And come on, Algared. There he is. You're back. You're saying about the MPUV?
When the MPUV was there and we got Olisar, I took my MPUV and put it over one of those 32 SCU cargoes, and oh look, the width of it was just perfect.
Really? Oh, okay.
And said to people at the time, oh, but it's got the detachment.
And that third one that we've seen in that clip, like, we'll give it the gateway a little bit from the video, but it looks like the repair variant that we saw from way back.
It really does look like the repair variant. It looks like it's got something on the front, and we'll pull up those modules from back then. But yeah, I live in hope. I live in hope.
No, I think it's interesting, to say the least, that they've made it a variant. But like, why would you want the other two when we could just get that one and then pick up the boxes? So that makes it the best MPUV. Or is it the MPUVR now? The plot thickens.
And Space Tomato says, and technically, we had Inforunners at Citizencon, because Space Tomato and Paul are Inforunners, and both of them were at Citizencon.
They were.
And hey, Space.
You got to get some new mics, mate. Oof. Distance as hell, that sounded like. No, I did watch the whole thing with him and Paul, though. It was quite good. Them having a bit of back and forth, and I've never seen Space more look like a deer in headlights in my entire life. Just as giddy as a schoolgirl. That's quite interesting.
But if you're free and available,
jump in. Space.
Join us in voice.
More than welcome to join. And you can even jump on camera or on voice. It's up to you. Space, jump in.
If you really want, because we love hearing your opinions. I wasn't going to say we love hearing your voice, because I'm not
Badges. Badges almost goes to sleep and just listens to Space talk.
There you go.
Story time. Yeah.
But I love hearing your take on things, because it is always slightly different from
ours. So.
Yep. Anyway, I'll go back to the questions and not try to read the chat.
Badges couldn't make it this week. He said he's going to try and make it next week. So yeah, he had work stuff on. So yeah.
So are we thinking the third cutter variant will be the Reclaimer snub? No, because John Cruz says categorically no.
No problem, Space. He's fixing a video, so he can't go in.
All right.
Good.
That's Dad. Wish you could join us. Okay, Lost in Walmart. There is an... Yep, got it. Lomsace says, will the freelancer increase in size then when they rework it? Possibly.
That's the question. Not. What's easier, increase it in size or drop the player count? And I'd probably say dropping the player count's the easier of the two, because you got to, when you scale the ship, not is it just like grab it and scale it, but then everything in size has to be rescaled to humans. So what's easier, just gut it and only remove some of it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think it's the only remove some of it, so it really depends. All right, Space has messaged me. Take the next one, Algared.
Yes, Waffle Insanity, we're aware of it, that panel with the ships in the next 12 months. That's the silhouettes that we're talking about, but we'll do an episode on. We are aware that the MPVU and the Retaliator in that list, and yeah. But thank you for bringing it to our attention as well. Weepy Sleeper, do you think the Endeavour will actually be the last ship made? It's what they've said in the past. Or do you think it will come when core features are done and ships will be made forever? Well, it's a catch-22. I think it's one of the last ships they'll be making of those that have been made. I think it's going to be once they've got core features done, and I do expect they'll keep making ships as years go on. So it's kind of a when question, and we can't answer when questions. CIG don't even like answering when questions, so...
Yeah. When gets you in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you say last, then hey.
Yeah, I think... was it the Endeavour?
Yeah.
Yeah, Endeavour is more than likely going to be last, and you've also got to look at like all the things that are tied in with that, like science and agriculture, just those two alone. We don't know anything about them. Like, besides that ship, they're the only other one's the Sen that's science, and there's no other agricultural farming ship. Yep. It's just so much that's needed for that.
So it's a nuanced question. Do we really think it's going to be last, or is it going to be last after we've got the core features in? Because they're going to keep making ships forever.
It could be the first science ship or the first agriculture ship, but like it's last out of everything we know about right now.
Yeah.
Besides the Sen. The Sen could come before that.
And it's one of those big ships, and we know they like to do family ships, and the big ships take more staff, and
yeah. Well, again, so Lemming's saying one of the buildings was a farming building, or the growing the plants, right? The agriculture building, hydroponics it was specifically. But he's right. That just shows that there's cross pollinations between vehicles, buildings, and all that. But if you bring it back around full swing, they've never really worked on agriculture. We only have that one ship. So again, you can quickly see there's a whole myriad of ships that we've only maybe 50% of the ships that are possible.
And yet, we also have a company that's known for agriculture, Rayari.
Yep.
Agricultural research. So
another ones that, to just give you another insight into some other ones, like the Starfarer is the only gas collector. The 400i has a climate-controlled room on it. Where are all the other climate-controlled cargo ships? So there's just a couple there to get you thinking.
An element we think with the Connie Aquila, we expect that to get a rework and get those same type of things that are going to support science gameplay. Yeah. Anyway, Kyle Smith, what manufacturers do you think we are likely to see variants new ships to compete with the Zeus Mark II? And then they go the ST Endurance Racer category.
So
any they want.
Any they want. You'd have to think about, well, Mirai, the really big Mirai ship in the glowing thing, and that's why I was looking at Waffle's really weird, because Waffle reckoned it was some other man. I can't remember what manufacturer he said. I'm like, what? How do you not look at that and not see Mirai?
I would at least think Misk, which is kind of Mirai, because you've got the Misture.
Well,
the duration.
The Razor has literally become a Mirai ship. Yep. So let's look at some other ones. The Kato Isle has a racing variant, but it's actually technically that's a small, so that doesn't fit. But why can't they have a Santoki Eye that's a racing variant? You get where I'm going with this. Like, there's so many ships. Trying to think of some other ones. Just pick a racing manufacturer and essentially look at an Origin. Origin 200 I, 400 I. Wait, 400 I is large, so you have to guess one. There is technically no. I've just realised there's technically no medium ship from Origin. Or have I brain farted? No, there is no Origin medium from Origin. 300's the biggest, yeah. And then 400 I is a large, so there's no medium from Origin.
Which is also why I did say a comment earlier on when we were talking the A1 and the Spirit, being the Spirit and the Zeus being medium. And I was saying, the Zeus is a 400i competitor. No, because the Zeus is a large, whereas that's medium, and you're just looking for size.
No. The Zeus is a medium.
Yeah, that's what I said. That the 400i.
You said it backwards.
Oh, I forgot it back.
Yeah.
But the 400i is large. We've said in the past we think it's a medium ship kind
masquerading
of capability, but it's stuck as a large ship, and
yeah, absolutely.
So David Watson says, if they remove a size difference from gimbaling, do you think this opens up ways to differentiate weapons? Yeah, I suppose it gives them more range. They can now have gimbal range be a stat in the weapon.
Let me have a quick look. So someone's asking me about the Ares specifically, and because they don't actually talk about pad sizes in this game, you actually have to do it like this. So I'm going to get Ares Star Citizen. Go ahead, Algared, with the next question. I'm going to work it out.
So the question on size difference in gimbaling, the main reason that size gimbaling came in was just to try and give a benefit. So if you go fixed weapons, which stick users preferred, you could go upper size, whereas you could gimbal, which gave you a bit more lateral control. The gimbal took a size off. So if you had a size 3 mount, you had a gimbal on there, then the biggest mount you could put on the weapon, you would have a size 2 weapon. So you'd put a size 2 gimbal on, and that meant the size weapon you could have. If I understand what they're saying correctly, that minus for gimbals is going to disappear. So every ship will have gimbals. So the gimbaling we see on our size 1 ships, our small fighters, where they just evolve size 1 guns with gimbals, they've just got a special gimbal. That's going to be across the board. That changes the combat capabilities of all ships. It's almost like feature creep without adding feature creep, because it means my cutter with its size 3 mounts that had gimbals, they now have size 3 guns that are gimbaled.
So according
size 2.
So according to this this forum post that we've got from way back in the day, the Ares is an S3, which actually works at the same size as the Freelancer and the Cutlass. That's crazy.
Yep.
And it's mainly because of the width of the ship. It's got a beam of 30, and the one below it is actually 24. So it's too big via beam.
You've got to look at, when you look at the ships, you've got to look at the size, the pad size it fits.
Yeah.
So you got
all
size
three,
1, 2, 3, 4.
all three, by the way, because if it goes too high, it jumps up one as well.
Yeah. So Death Factor. Any updates on that Squadron 42 distributor you guys hinted at a week or so back?
No, we can't talk about that.
We can't talk about it. We've heard names, but we can't talk about them.
Yeah. And
Puppeteer.
Yeah.
How long until we can use the table in the Connie? That is a real question. When they fix the Connie.
Probably see it for use in the Polaris first, because the Polaris has got essentially bigger versions of those, doesn't it, Algared, where the seats fold down and it turns into a recreation room. So
I think there was at least one table that turned into a pool table, or if it was just a pool table in the back.
Doesn't that happen with the Carrack one as well? The Carrack one might fold down, but a lot of them are just not. I remember for a time period the Connie one was activatable. This is back on the old Connie days. Yeah.
Connie table used to be activatable, and even the Connie Phoenix's board table could be replaced by the piano.
True. Very true.
So your guess is as good as ours.
Yep.
Big Cullival says, since the Galaxy has the base building module, I believe it's a manufacturing module is what they've said. Does that make the Galaxy a level higher than the Cat? While they start off the same in terms, when you look at their max cargo capacity, you've got to look at them as different and yet the same, because the Cat's got multiple modules that are smaller, the Galaxy gets one module that's bigger. So there'll be some times where you'd say multiple small modules is going to be better than that one big module, and vice versa. And
it's like taking two ships, and one's a hospital ship and one's a science ship, and saying which one is better. They both do completely different things, but they happen to be roughly the same size. So again, I think what Algared's saying there, though, do you want the multiple mini modules, or do you want the just the one that you have to go back and swap every time? So what Algared's saying is spot on.
Yeah, and the variation of small modules will give you more variety.
Yeah.
But you won't be able to do that. That's the size thing. And it really does come down to what you need, what you want, and how you want to play.
Yeah. Like, you're not going to have to go back and change as frequently with the Caterpillar, but you're going to have to do that every time with the Galaxy. So, you know.
And
but as Algared says, you can do bigger and better things with the Galaxy. So it all pans out. Real quick, we have, I almost missed it, Admiral Kasanagi, I'm butchering that, I can tell, Kasanagi, I think I've got it, 100 bits. I don't think we've ever got a bit here before. Anyway, seems to me using the length of a ship to determine the size of a ship of a jump point doesn't make sense. If I put a hot dog into a donut hole, I'm showing it is in sideways. It's the circumference of the ship. So basically, yeah, you're looking at it like it's a circle, but we're looking at from metrics, right? And again, everything is built to metrics in this game now. And again, if you look at the fact that there are 6 different pad sizes, I've just put up 4 fingers, but yeah, 6 different pad sizes, and we know that there are 3 jump points. 2, 2, and 2. So 1 and 2 are through small, 3 and 4 are through the medium, and 5 and 6 are through large. And any capital ships that go above that instantly can fall into the large, because they don't really need to go bigger than that. Because once you've got the 3 different pathways, any bigger than that just make it more work for them and really doesn't add to it. Because once you're that big, the restrictions are almost nonchalant.
Yep. John Ski. How do you think CIG will handle the Galaxy for those who bought all 3 modules in a package? Will we have to buy a construction manufacturing module now to build? Yes. If you don't have a construction manufacturing module, yes.
Yep. You'll have to buy one.
You have to buy the module that's not in the pack,
or earn it in game.
Yeah,
which I think is what would probably recommend when you Algared.
It's my concern with the Zeus. Zeus owner, people who bought the 3-pack Zeus, when they bring out the ST, if it's actually a ship they intend to bring out, which I think it is, you will have to buy the ST separate. So no different.
Hopefully they'll give you an upgrade pack, maybe, Algared.
They have done that in the past.
So just to clarify, are you worried that you're going to miss out on something on this new pack that comes out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that your question, John?
Yeah, I think that is. Well, in that case, I hope they don't offer anything new in that pack, because then it'll just piss people off, because they've got to spend new cash to get it. That, I think, again, that's what they did recently with the Spirit, wasn't there? You know, they included a new skin that all the concept people didn't get. It was dog act.
Yeah. I hope that if they do bring out make a change to add the module, that they actually offer a variation of a module. So you either,
or just an upgrade to the pack would be nice. Like, say, for example, when they bring out the manufacturing module for the Galaxy, I already have the pack. Can I get a CCU that just essentially adds that to my pack? You know, that'd be great. You know? And maybe it comes with a skin or something, you know?
Yeah.
The grand piano, Algared, would be a good one. Gives a grand piano that you can put in your little house that you're going to build. In your case, mansion. But yeah.
Grand piano from Phoenix was an addition. Yep. The cuffs and baton with the blue.
I don't want to know about what you do with your ooh girls, Algared. Just let it go. Actually, it's actually the advocacy tool. It's actually the advocacy tools, and I actually do have those. But yeah. Anyway.
How do you subdue people? Johnny, Mega Johnny 42 owned says, have you seen the roadmap with the polishing done in December and has been going on since about August? Yes. I keep mentioning that the polishing and things have been. I dragged execute kicking and screaming to look at the Squadron 42.
But just because it ends there doesn't mean it's not going to get updated
done.
beyond there. So it's just, that's where they've put on the roadmap up until now. If it keeps going, I don't know. I haven't gone and checked. Does it go past December, Algared? Because I'm pretty sure that's just where they've updated it to.
Again, but that's just where they've updated it to. I don't think their monthly they go beyond that. But I've been, I dragged execute kicking and screaming to the monthly report for Squadron 42 and said, look, this language is they're saying they're finished. They're saying they're finished. They're saying they're finishing up.
I think
and execute read it, picked up things that.
Yeah, I think James McIntyre says it best because when they say things like post alpha. What's post alpha? Well, it's clearly beta. What comes after alpha? It's 1, 2, 3. It's not a genius. It's like saying what's after 1, 2.
Yep. But they're trying to choose their words because they know
as soon as they say beta, people are going to go, "Oh my god!
Oh, it's in beta already!"
Yeah.
You know, and unfortunately, there are too many trolls out there who.
Well, you've only got to see. Man, you want to see a video that I talked today about level cap. Even worse, go look at Angry Joe. They didn't even do any research. They just read a news article and took everything in it as gospel. And whoever did the news article didn't read anything either, because half the shit they said, they'd like say these things that they thought were really funny, and they didn't compute because you can tell they didn't know what they were talking about. Even the other one that was really interesting was Tech Linked, who is a spin-off of Linus, and the guy that did the Tech Longer episode of Star Citizen, he was the one doing the news article, and all they did, half of what they said was just jokes. They didn't actually really talk about what it meant or anything like that.
Well,
they were just
a meme to most people.
Yeah, they were just poking fun at it.
There's even I did see Asmongold's review of Squadron 42 or of the Star Citizen episode, you know, and he was saying, someone sent me this link and they said, Squadron 42, it's going to be the next mega game and all the rest of it. And he was saying, I thought it was a meme, mate. I thought you were joking. I thought I was going to watch this thing that was crap.
And he said it was going to be like the King Kong game that came out during the week. It was absolutely horrid. And then by the end of the video,
he's gone
totally different tune. And he was just saying, I could watch this for an hour. You know, I can't believe this went for 26 minutes. It felt like 3 minutes, is what he said. So it was.
And then he went and watched another one of the videos. So
and Dr. Disrespect watched his video, and Dr. Disrespect just reiterated he doesn't care how long it takes. If it comes out, it's good, he'll play it. So he's got a lot different approach to him than some of the other content creators because he makes games. He's a developer. He understands, like he can look at something and read the tech. And some gamers can't do that. They just look at it and go, why is this so buggy? And they don't understand. Because all they're used to seeing is that final game that comes out. And it's only just now as things are getting stretched out, you see games like Kong and Golem that are really poorly designed. And if that Kong game, Algared, I can tell you, I'll just tell you this right now and you'll understand how bad it is. They had 1 year to develop it.
Okay, yeah. Say no more.
Yeah.
Say no more. Zero. If master mode in navigation causes shields to go down, do you think it would put a severe disadvantage on non-combat ships that need to run away?
Sorry, I need to hear that question again. Sorry, I was reading something. My fault.
That's okay.
You answer it. I will.
So, I tend to think they'll work some way of balance. I can't put it down to anything else. They'll balance it so that the ships work and survive. They'll make it either it's time to kill is longer. They'll give them more speed. They'll do something that those ships can.
Well, if you're in a really big ship and your shields go down, you still get away. You just get away with damage. It's like, well, I know I'm going to die, so I'm going to leave now, rather than do you stay for too long, and they already get your shields down, and they're already like. When you need to know when it's time for you to get out, essentially, and the reason why the shields go down, it gives them a last chance to maybe quickly try and take your engine, and so you can't leave. It makes it this. Think about how much that turns up the tension, right?
Yeah. You just horribly just made me have the Kenny Rogers song run through my head.
Which is
know when to hold,
know
when to fold them.
That's it.
Know when to get up and know when to run. You know, that type of thing.
Absolutely. You're gonna need to know your ship, and you need to know when to get out.
So, and I think it'll be part of the balance stuff, and they'll balance both ways. And as they're doing that balance, sometimes it'll go really heavily in the fighter side or the combat side, and sometimes it's going to swing the opposite way, and eventually they'll get,
all right,
get the sweet spot.
I'm going to take up the questions because I can do them faster, as you and I have talked about, so I'm going to do them. With the release of Squadron 42 in the future, it will release many more devs for the development of Star Citizen, or will it keep on going with the promise of Squadron 42 trilogy? Algared.
Yes, and it's already releasing staff to do Star Citizen.
And a lot of them will move over to Squadron 42 Episode 2 as well. So, yeah.
Yep.
And more people coming online as they make more money. That's why the buildings are popping up everywhere, so to speak. And what was it, 860 at the start of the year, Algared? So probably over 900 already at this point. So, yeah. John Ski says, question, the ST on the RSI Zeus stands for sports touring, just like with cars today, not a racer, just a sporty luxury ship. No, I firmly believe it's a large racer. There's many law posts to point to that. Algared, you'd agree with that, yeah?
Yeah. I think there's law posts that go to that, and you also had that sign that appeared when it was first released in that gap that indicated racer. So, yeah.
Javen Revron says, question, how do you enter the Spirit giveaway?
You go to our Citizencon Day 2 video and leave a comment.
And like and subscribe. And if you're off Twitch, just do the same. And we'd like you to follow on there as well if you can.
And Shadow Girl, I'm not sure, on YouTube says, I'm not sure I much trust their balancing. That is always a concern with any game.
I think we can safely say they always try and do their best, don't they?
Yep.
I'll let you take that one.
FME Borg, $2 super chat, says, I'm going to study. Thanks for the stream. Lots of love. Thank you. And again, always appreciated. Never expected.
The real question is how much, I'll come to the next 12 months. So Connor McCormack says, the real question is how much of this will come out in the next 12 months. I love the show and the future seems bright. Thanks for the coverage. They've tried to say everything that we saw will be coming in the next 12 months, didn't they, Algared?
On those silhouettes, yeah.
No, the whole of the presentation.
Oh, yes, the whole presentation was basically they're aiming for the next 12 months, yes.
The real question is how it said Soul on the left, like it's still in the universe, lol. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. So that was from Stefanazi. Wings Zaber. Biggest question is I have for CRG after the video is why aren't they selling the I held the line shirts? Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Maybe they wanted as like for staff, because some games when a game finishes, they release shirts as like a conclusion thing. So maybe it's their conclusion of Squadron 42 shirts. And notice how not all staff are wearing them, just selected people. So it's in preparation for the final thing, because I've seen that done before at studios before too. Limited respawns. Question: do you think the outposts in the PU will be abandoned and then fall into destructible environments? Yeah. They've literally said if you do not look after things, they will go into wear and tear and disrepair and turn into ruins. And that's why I also think a lot of the cities will eventually become dynamic, because then there'll be abandoned buildings and new ones and all that stuff. But again, circle of life, 100 years, new buildings get knocked down and new ones come up.
Yep, it is one of the things Chris talked about years ago in A 10 for the Chairman, that as a settlement is struggling, you'll see lots of graffiti, you'll see broken windows, you'll see damage. If it's succeeding and going well, you'll actually see clean streets and new shops and stuff, and you'll be able to gauge that.
Yeah.
And one of the things I want to be able to do is go to a system that's struggling and actually help build it up.
Yeah. So you want to do humanitarian stuff. Last time we talked, I think, about that.
Yeah. Well, I what was my favorite manufacturer for that type of thing? Crusader. Why am I so
until they
off?
butched it? Yeah.
Until they bastardized them. Yes.
Because that's what the name Crusader actually comes to mean. It's like the to go on a good crusade and help people, that humanitarian stuff. Well, that's what I always took it as.
They bought out Seraphim Industries, which was basically the Angel type stuff, and the guy who was I can't remember his name, who was the head of Crusader, his company, he'd basically been supportive of a group of humanitarian, and when he kind of got the company, they kind of kind of made the agreement, hey, we'll go Crusader. And
so now though it looks more interesting, because like if they used to be like that, now it looks a bit more nefarious. So maybe they're a little bit twisted now, almost like the Crusades of old. so to speak. So it'll be interesting to see how that.
Yeah, but then you look at what
was.
things Dave Haddock has said about Crusader. He says, they're well-meaning, they're kind, they're loving, and all the rest of it. They've just got no ability to govern, which kind of goes against them being nefarious. So,
D. Kaiser says Jared seems to want a hint at another system. Has to be Nyx in preparation for Odin. Yes, and I would agree. Yes, Algared. Next.
I would kind of go. It's Nyx. I'd like it to be Nyx. Brent, give us back Levski.
God, I want this to be true. Limited respawns. Question: do you think cyborg limbs will be hackable? Yes, just so I can hack Algareds and go, stop hitting yourself, stop hitting yourself, stop hitting yourself.
I'm not going to have cyborg implants because I'm so rich. I'll be able to afford
challenge accepted. Everyone hear that? We're going to make it challenge accepted.
I'm going to
Mr.
have
$1 million man Algared. That's what we're going to call him.
I'm going to have the regen, but regen's my arm, not
Yeah. Stop slapping yourself. Stop slapping. I would pay to see that. It'd be so funny if they made that a thing. Anyway.
And you're fighting with your hand because it's trying to shoot you.
Yeah. Or just like in Cyberpunk, where they. Yeah, that would be interesting.
Yep.
Or make it. Stop kicking yourself. Stop kicking yourself.
Afro Snowman.
Yeah. Afro Snowman.
Alfred.
Alfred. Okay. And execute. I hope you are doing well. If I say I buy a Pioneer and it goes above $1,000 mark, after will it get LTI even though the ship was brought before the price rise? I don't think they've had a ship do that, have they? That's got the only one I can think of was actually no, they did the Master Set, and they got LTI retroactively, didn't they?
Yes,
they did. They
I
did.
think
They did, because when they added the second biopod, it put it over $1,000, and they went back retroactively and added LTI to all of them. I remember it. So that's the only precedence that I can think of. So I'd say likely what you just said is correct.
Yeah, I can't recall because I know I bought my pack when it
had
was
LTI.
concept and it had LTI anyway. So
I just mean the ones that were brought without LTI. Do you remember how it
Yep.
was like $950 or whatever? And then they dropped the biopod, put it over the 1,000 mark, and they went back retroactively and just gave LTI to all of them. I remember it now. Right. So yes, that to answer your question, if the Pioneer does go over $1,000, you will get it retroactively. So that might be a reason just to buy the one with the insurance, but will it go increase over 1,000? It's $850. It's more likely to come out at like $950, not 1,000. All right. Will we be able? This is from Limited Respawns. Oh no, wrong one. Oh no. Will we be able to modify your cutlass in the PU like in the Squadron 42 trailer? I'd say not initially, possibly down the line, but I would say no, but maybe.
I think this is a type of thing Disco wants to have. I don't think it's just Disco, but it's the idea of building a jalopy. So I've got my damaged ship.
I'll let you take the.
I've got my ship, and I can then repair it with other stuff. And so yeah. What did I do again, Afros? No man. I'll pay attention to chat if you put it in, but I'm not sure what I did again. My apologies. Oh, so you did it again. Sorry. I thought you were asking a question. Algared did it again. What did I do again? Yeah, look, I get Algared, I get Alfred, I get all manner of mix-ups. JJ has a question. I'll go on. With CR, with Chris Roberts, how likely is it he yet again will make a movie, Star Citizen movie? Look, I'd love him to make a movie. I'd love him to do a whole series of stuff. I know when he made the movie, he wanted some of the older actors. He wanted Mark Hamill and others in it, but he was talked down by the other producers and backers of the day because they wanted the people who were popular. But I'd be happy. OKC Marvin, can we get the same level of NPC crew in the PU? If you're meaning for the Idris, I expect we'll see some just NPC crew that are hanging around doing cleaning and stuff. Yeah, and the game is pretty much already a movie. But yeah, as Scissors Fuzz says in chat. So Marvin, yeah, I'd like to have the ability to have NPCs on my Idris as just background. I expect that crew members will be able to bring X number of NPCs to work in departments and stuff, but your guess is as good as mine. Yes, Freddie Prinze Jr. was popular way back in the 80s. He appealed to the younger generation, apparently. Jodamo, question, Talking Xi'an, do you think the large ferry type ship, large Fury type ship we saw in the preview of new ships could be a Gatak Sulian? Also, did you notice a Cutlass variant in the scene with the M50? Yes, we did notice a Cutlass variant. It's just a jalopy ship from other stuff. So that's we haven't talked about it. We haven't talked about that Cutlass ship in the video being one that's broken down and been put together and mashed together. You see, there have been scenes of a Cutlass. There have been scenes of a Mustang. There have been scenes with an Aurora, all from that gang that have been kind of jury-rigged and overgunned and all the rest of it.
Yeah. So to answer your question though about whether it's Gatak, no, it's Mirai.
Looks like Mirai.
Why would it be? You literally said it looks like a Fury, and then could it be the Gatak? No, it's more than likely a Mirai ship.
Yep. And so you when you're doing stuff like that, you really have to look at, okay, what's the form? Does the form look like something that someone else has done? Another manufacturer? Yep. Okay. Then if it's blatantly obvious it looks like that manufacturer, odds are it's going to be that manufacturer. And then you look at the Gatak ships, doesn't look like that styling at all. And so
and what Algared's talking about there is just even the silhouettes. Like a lot of the ships, you'll see when they start out drawing them, they just draw silhouettes, and they want the silhouettes to look like similar to other ships because that's how manufacturers are in the real world. Like if you look at cars and stuff, you can look at one car sometimes. Well, not always these days, but you know, look at a Porsche. There's a really good example. Or VW. You can tell who makes that ship because of the stylings. Again, you can look at a Volkswagen Beetle and a Volkswagen Wagon and tell they're from the same people. Anyway.
Discussion in YouTube as to my capital ships. I have one 890 jump. I have 3 Javelin. I've got 1 Idris M, and I think 3 or 4 Idris Ps.
And an uwu in a pear tree. Anyway,
an uwu in a pear tree. And I'm sorry I don't know any more about. I can't give count of the other caps I've got. But
what are you up to? Lillian
Lillian
says, was that the Crusader bulk transporter in the Jupiter? Look at the left side of the hull on the visual pass. Left side of the hull on the visual pass. I will go have a look at that while you go to the next one, Algared.
Was that the Crusader bulk transporter, the Jupiter? I don't think the bulk transporter was the Jupiter. The Jupiter was a carrier deliberately designed to carry their shuttles to market.
Yeah.
Given the role that the C1 has in being able to carry, put ships in and carry them to market, I actually think the Jupiter has disappeared from lore in that sense, or is a very old ship and is been replaced nowadays by the C1. I could be wrong. I'd be happy to be wrong. But yeah.
Videos having trouble playing for me for that reason. But yeah. The left side, he said. I'll have to have a look later. Sorry. It's
so Lillian's the left side.
Yeah.
Reckon that was a Vandal driller for boarding. I'm not sure what you're referring to there,
Lillian. Is it called the Vandal Cutter? Is what it used to be called. And it basically drills a hole in the side of the ships. I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. From my
I think the driller was the boarding craft ship, so yes.
No, the driller is the really big one. I'm pretty sure. I'll double check. So,
Big Oliver, why do you think I wanted the Pegasus?
So Algared, that's the driller there.
Yep.
And that's the really, really big one that they see the cinematic. There you go. See, there's the driller, that really big one, and the cutter is this little. There it is, that thing. See that one?
The little pod that stabs into the ship and.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what it's the same disc. You remember how it kind of had the red lights and it cut, and then the door opened.
Yep, that's what we saw the Vandal kind of coming out in. And I think from memory it was a 3-man pod as well. I could be wrong. I could just be
you're right.
Pushing my own memory in onto what I saw.
And it has these big teeth too that kind of like seem to latch onto the outside of the vehicle as well.
But I imagine that last scene we saw with that them cutting, that was them coming out in their boarding pod. So yeah.
And if you think of that about that from a gameplay terms, it allows them to have, like, if you're running down a corridor or something, they kind of attach and almost like spawn out of nowhere type of thing. Because so it's a good gameplay thing to shock you. Oh shit, they're about to, you know. So that's what they want.
And you could imagine half a dozen of those latching into your ship. And Vandal are bigger than humans. Well, I did say I held the line on my own. Sorry, I keep watching chat, and that's what happens. I get distracted.
Yep. Any ideas on what? So this is from 2C Deco, who says, any ideas on what the paw symbol on the HUD during the frozen freelancer scene might have been? Oh god, man! Now I got to go back through these videos and find more things.
Ideas of what the paw symbol on the HUD during the frozen freelancer scene may have been.
I might refresh this video and see if I can get it to work, because it's just not...
Can't recall seeing the paw symbols on the frozen freelancer.
So this is the freelancer. You said frozen
paw symbols. I would say they are Vandal. That'd be my guess if they're actual paws.
Well, yeah, it could be like a Vandal attack.
If
that's what it is. Hang on, let me have it. Which screen? Because there's nothing on that screen at the start. And we're just watching the scene now. I know you guys can't see it, but
and that's why I'm silent, because I'm watching the screen.
Is it these two here? Is this what he's talking about?
I think that's what he's talking about. I would have just thought they were hands.
No, they just look like
down.
They just look like marks. Oh,
they just like smudge marks on the.
Yeah, I can't. And take a screenshot and send it to us on Discord, mate, because I can't see it.
And circle what you think, because to me it just looked like either someone dying and sliding down the thing, or just smudge marks over or dust settling on where there's blood or something. So
likewise.
Zarek Masters says, that Mirai-looking ship, do you think it's a Zeus ST competitor interstellar racer? It could be, may not be. We have no idea. I'm going to say I don't know.
Yeah, I'm going to say I hope it's a medium ship that's a racer like the Zeus, so it's got more ships to race other than just itself. But that's a huge dose of hopium.
Yep. Shempasta says, thoughts on new atmosphere changes. Will they have to modify current ships like the Cat? Probably. They'll do everything. Everything will get updated. Ilmic OS. I don't really understand quantum and hydrogen tanks. What has more reach? The Freelancer door or the Zeus ES? What's the difference between size 1 tanks or size 2 tanks? Is it just classification? No. Basically, size 1 tanks, it takes 3 size 1 tanks to have the same as a size 2 tank.
Well, components in general.
That's components in general. So 3 size 1s are equivalent to the next size up. And it's the rule of 3, basically.
Almost. It does say almost. But there's an advantage to having 3 over having 1 too, because let's take shields, you essentially get 3 faces instead of 1. So,
and if you've got 3 components instead of 1, you get 1 blown out, you've still got 2. You get your size 2 component blown out, you've got none. Yep. So it's a 6 of 1, half a dozen of which one's better. Yep. But generally, 2 size 1 components aren't going to be as strong in terms of shields as say a size 2 shield. The size 2 shield is going to have a lot more hit points, I suppose, to be able to absorb. And it's that part of classification. Quantum fuel is what you need to be able to do quantum jumps. Hydrogen fuel is what you use for maneuvering and
interplanetary and stuff.
So they're both important. Which one's more important, or which one has the more reach? In terms of quantum fuel and jump fuel, and jumping also uses the quantum fuel, I think. So, which has the longest range? The one with the biggest quantum fuel tank.
So, David Pittman asks, what are your thoughts on power management? A ship doesn't provide enough power to run all its systems at one time. Feels like an artificial constraint to force engineering gameplay. But also it's got the battery there as well. That they want player choice. They want you to make decisions. You know, if I can just constantly keep my shields up and play hyper defensive, that's not good. But if I've got to pick and choose and lose and then things are limited, like I can only, my batteries will only last 3 minutes. I have to make tension, important choices.
Am I going to run my shields at full strength, or am I going to run them at say 25%? So Am I going to have all my lights on all the time in every compartment? Am I going to have all my weapons charged and powered up? And those types of things are going,
It's right, because you're not just going to keep your lights on in the cargo bay anymore. You're going to turn them off because power is precious,
And it's not forcing engineering gameplay. It's just forcing choices. It's no different from playing Starfleet battles and filling out an energy allocation form for where you're putting your ship's energy.
Yep.
No different. It's standard gameplay. It makes sense. So, 33 Sacks says the real question with base construction: will I be able to deform terrain to the point of creating tunnels, caves, and that gets to my buildings?
So that's a tough one. It's really how far they want to take it. But the only time we've ever seen any form of deformation was a bit of testing with grenades.
And that was a guy working just, hey, this is what I've been doing in my off time.
Yeah. And whether or not they go there is another question. Because let's look at it this way. Let's look at it. Say there's a tunnel and there's a mountain. So the complexity becomes how wide is the mountain? Because obviously it's varying based on the when I put an entrance and an exit. How do I then code it to connect those two? And is that just some kind of random pipe? So you can start to see very quickly how this can spiral out of controls for developers to work with. And if you're just using segments, so say it's a tunnel entrance, it's also the exit but flipped, and then every part is a thing. How do they deal with the overlap and stuff like that? So it's all possible. It's just how far they want to take it. It really comes down to that.
My question is, can I put my building in front of a current cave and have that open up into that cave, and so do it that way, and then how do I, so there's lots of questions. I don't think there are any simple answers at present, and we just need to wait for CIG to tell us.
That's one of the advantages of this engine is almost anything is possible now. It's just how far they want to take it. Initially, I'll say no. But what's to say 5 years from now they don't come around and base building again? Look at every MMO you've ever seen. They come around and they update something or give it some kind of clarity or add to the feature set. We're seeing that already. We saw mining. They've gone around and then come back to mining again. And I know that's a small example, but you've seen it already, right? So you can only assume whatever base building comes out as, eventually at some point it'll go up a level and then up again.
Yep. The key thing I always come back to is when they first brought out Pupil to Planet, I can remember Chris saying, this is where I wanted to go in about 5 or 6 years after we got released. I'd want to get there, but I didn't think we'd ever get there.
Yeah.
And they got there and they went and basically redid the whole engine as a result. It put us behind, but it also got us to, at the base level, stuff that they wanted to have in anyway. So,
and that's another thing that all these naysayers won't understand. Why did they essentially take so long? Well, it's because they only had one chance to make a first impression, and it changed what they were doing. Not to mention that they didn't really kick off development until 2014 because they just didn't have the people. But you'll never hear that. Every time you hear it, it's like, it's been in alpha for 12 years. Sorry, Kickstarter ended 12 years ago. You don't instantly go from Kickstarter to the very next day you're in alpha. What could you have coded in a day, dickheads? Come on. It doesn't make sense. So they just don't know what they're talking about.
So, Citizen Scott says, have you all read the 600i Whitley's Guide update? Yes. It looks like there's an armoured variant incoming. Maybe. We know that there are 24 600i's purchased by the military without Windows. That's it.
Yep. So our military guy, one of our military guys, I did link it to him. And I'll read it verbatim when he said, just give me 10 seconds to find him. So this is from Essay, by the way. Nothing really special. Militaries do purchase special civilian craft for conversions fairly regularly, but the lack of Windows doesn't say much. If they included the cockpit, that's kind of interesting, but it may lend to a command and control or stealth ship. But the statement is so vague, it is more likely they're just playing with lore rather than hinting at a future player ship.
And given there's only 12,
yeah. But I will...
12 also purchased by the whole Navy.
I'd also say it would be cool, though, to see another... Well, you've got the 135 the 125, 325. So things like that. Why couldn't we have a 625? You know, just saying. It would be kind of cool to see. I don't like the fact that all that they have is touring, racing, luxury, and combat, because luxury combat sounds kind of weird, but I'd rather them have that than nothing at all. So yeah, well, lack of things to do.
I would say, Luna Mario, that Paul is referring to those 12 copies that the Navy has purchased and for their own purposes. What they are going to do and how they're going to work, I don't think we can say, because at the moment I don't think we know that information. All we can go is just go, the Navy's got copies of that ship. We do know that the original, and the article hints at it, the original 600I was basically a freighter.
Okay, I need to see more frames of this video now.
Yeah.
Based on what he just linked me. Hang on, oh, it's on all the frames. So,
okay, yeah.
Can you see it up there in the top left?
I can see it. Yeah.
Yeah. So it must be some kind of track icon or something like that, and it's leading him towards the track icon in the ship. I'm assuming, you know, tracking, paw print tracking. Yep. That's an assumption on my part, but again, he's moving up towards the front.
Is that his little fighter sitting outside the ship, but he's actually boarded and he's moving up? Because that's a little
paw print ship.
Paw thing. No, that little paw print thing just being symboled on his map.
So this is what we're talking about here. So again, if I go back, I can play the whole thing. But yeah, just up there on the mini map, there's a little paw print. So yeah, just this little paw print up here on the top left is what they're talking about. I would say that's more likely a tracking icon more than anything else, especially because it's appearing on the map. So they've probably scanned. But yeah, as Algared said, it does look like the paw print is outside. So it might have been tracking to find the actual ship. So it's just an icon. But again, that is total speculation on my part. But yeah, man, Algared, you're on some serious coping if you think there's a bear print.
Looked like there was a small... No, not saying that
you're going to get bear all-sided for the bear claw.
no, I'm just wondering whether it's just the iconography for whatever ship, whether it's a fighter or whatever it is, kind of got next to where the entrance for the Starfarer is on the near door. Just speculation, just tossing it out there because it's the first time I'd noticed that.
Yeah, I think it kind of means tracking, because often I've seen tracking icons for dogs used in other games too, because the paw print, dogs track things. So
and
again,
that could very well be it as well. You know, you're tracking you're looking for the code for the person. You know, the neck.
Yeah, Algared, they're saying in chat it's space bears. You look out, Algared. We're sending those to you on your 890 jump, and they're going to chop off your arms.
No, there's a pet badger there as well.
Yeah, okay. All right, we'll see.
All right. Ray says, what do you think will happen to Voyager Direct things we own? Most Voyager Direct things I owned were melted by CIG and turned into credits.
Yep, same thing here. So yeah,
can't recall any other Voyager Direct things still in game.
No, they would all be credits now. Right. You want to do the next one? Go ahead.
Wolf 1916 Meat says, follow-up question to the CCU of ships consideration. Having the F8C Lightning not available for CCU upgrade, was that a foreshadowing of the CCU game going away?
I think it's just they kind of wanted that to be a special thing for the anniversary and kind of, well, they wanted cash, didn't they? You know, I guess, you know, they didn't want people just to turn something they already had into something else. So it was a double entendre. It got rid of a shitload of credit, or it got you to give them cash. And if you also look at it, if you brought it with credit, you didn't get LTI. So they were trying to encourage people to give them $300 cash. So yeah. Interesting state. I turned off the bot an hour ago. Right. So we've been going for an hour and we've still got ones to go. So yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Do you think we'll see dresses and stuff? Yes. With the star cloth and the mentioning of skirts, I really think more normal clothes are coming. Yes.
Yeah, we've actually heard from people that have talked to people at CIG that they worked on female fashion for quite a bit. So expect some high-end fashion and different levels of fashion. And especially, you know, I know guys are not specifically into fashion, but there are some of us that are. But it clearly shows that they're trying to tailor this game at every demographic, which is great. I really think that's good.
And they have talked about, you know, your social appearance and how you appear to other people. Like if you don't wash or that's going to have an impact on how people view you. I think it's going to be the same with how you're dressed. That's going to impact on how. So if you're trying to sweet talk some executive, if you go in your jumpsuit, you're not going to have the same impact as if you're looking dressed to the nines.
And some people won't care how you dress, and I think others will care how you dress. And I'm talking about NPCs too, you know. So that'll be interesting. Interesting. We'll see what happens.
So, Wing Zaber says, seeing that boat in Squadron 42 video, do you think there is a place for strictly atmospheric aircraft and watercraft? There are planets that are full water.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I was talking to a bunch of people that were saying that they fully expect there'd be people that will never buy a ship. And I think it is a thing for ships, but I don't think you can miss vehicles. So if you're, the example was given to me, what if you're just a farmer? And I said, yeah, what about tractors and trucks? You need those to farm. So yeah, I do think you can get away with possibly not having a ship in the future, but I think everyone's going to have to have a vehicle at some point. So
I think everyone will need at least an Aurora or something similar to that, just to, you know.
At the very least, even if it just sits in the shed and you almost never use it, you'd want it there for an emergency to get your character to the hospital or something. Yeah.
Yep. Trevor Intrepid says, question, any mention of a death message function? I'm sick of dying randomly with no evidence whether I was sniped, crushed by an invisible ship, or accidentally cast my eyes up on the face of Chris.
I haven't heard anything about that, not for a long time. No, I think that's kind of the cold, hard reality of death. If you die, you don't get a message, oh, by the way, you're dead.
By the way, or me saying, you know, being able to send a message, oh, I've died, sorry.
Yeah.
Would it be nice to know whether you've been sniped or whether it was hit a thing? I think it'd be nice to know whether it's been a glitch that's got you. But, yeah.
Wheels79 says, do you think that the redesign will make the 600i the best large do-it-all ship? Algared?
I'm going to say no.
I don't think there is a do-it-all ship.
No. I think it'll do something better, but if you look at the closest do-it-all ship we've ever come across in that size is really the Carrack, because it's got, you know, all those things, and yet it still doesn't do.
It's meant to be on its own too,
well.
Isn't it?
Yeah,
out in the black. And I think the other thing is, like, I do want to put this into regards too. They're redoing that ship, right? Because the layout of stuff, but it's not changing its function. The only thing that's getting any better is the med bed. That's the only place the function is changing.
That's the only thing I think they're adding, but wasn't there. Yeah.
So people ask me all this time, are you excited about the 600i work? I kind of just don't give a shit, because again, at the end of the day, yes, it'll look better, but it doesn't change its function at all. You know, other than that bed, as I mentioned. So it's great that it's going to look better, but like I just want them to do more.
Yeah. You know? And I think the exploration one was the one that had the horrible crew quarters down the bottom where we were kind of at, and that's a nice thing to get fixed. I can't remember.
What was it? The open plan layout.
Yeah.
I guess you'd call it, but yeah.
I'll be honest, on the other 600i, I've never gone down to check the crew quarters, but at least it had proper cabins for the guests. So I'm assuming that the crew quarters were as woeful down there.
Oh, they were. Yeah.
So it'll be good to see that fixed and done away with.
All right, Rue says, many of the older backers have multiple game packages. Is there still a benefit to having multiple game packages for character NPC creation instead of hiring them with real in-game money? Last we heard, yeah. And you could also talked about agent smithing at one point. There's been a few things tossed around.
But do we know where they're still at? No. Have we heard anything to counter those? No.
Nope.
So our usual thing is to say that means it's still there.
Wait and see.
But we don't know how it's going to be implemented.
Yeah. Yeah, and some of these documents are almost coming up to a decade old, some of them now, and it's just, you know. again, that concept image of the Reclaimer said it came with a spacecraft. It's now not coming with a spacecraft. Very rarely do we hear things that contradict it, but they do change. So, you know, that's why I was so adamant.
As I've said multiple times now, please, John Crew, do not make it a drone. Make it a snub ship. Thank you.
Well, especially if you've got to rework the Reclaimer at some point, why can't you just have it dock at the back or something? Yeah. Anyway.
Mike Adams, do we yet know what the effective difference will be between size 2, size 3 tractor beams? As far as I know, we don't.
How much it carries? Essentially, you know, the only size 3 that we know of is the SRV from memory, and then size 2 are for ship and size 1 is for people, essentially.
All we know is that they said it was size 1, size 2, size 3 tractor beams, and the tractor beam on your 315P would move and do what it was supposed to move and do.
Actually,
whatever the size is.
Do you know what I actually just realised, Algared? We'll go back to our original opinion. Don't make it a snub, make it a Titan suit for the Reclaimer. The turbo, the power loader from Aliens.
Power loader? Well, yeah, I could go with that. A power loader.
And
make it the Alien power loader.
And just make it so it can EVA over, you know? Be, and that works on the elevator too, doesn't it? You know? So you can just park it in the cargo bay.
There's our suggestion for you, rather than a drone. The Ripley power loader.
Yeah, that'd be such a cool name for it, actually. Just call it the Ripley.
I'm looking at the camera. I was looking at the camera, but John, the Ripley power loader for the Reclaim. That really ties it in with the Alien theme.
Yeah.
Please make it something. Make it so. I'm appealing to you.
Or you could just call it the Get Away From Her You Bitch power loader.
The Make Algared Shut Up power loader.
All right, Just the Lemming says, given that they mentioned the need of a shower, and I answered this before, it's the cutter. Is basically, what is the smallest ship you can think that has a shower? If it's the Nomad, does that bump it up in level for you? And I'm pretty sure the cutter's got a shoiler, yeah?
The cutter has a shoiler.
Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah. Which essentially brings the Nomad down.
The only other ship that I do believe has a shoiler is, which doesn't come in a game pack, I do believe, is the Mustang Beta. And I'd have to double check that.
Right. Second last question. God, I can't believe you actually got there. Lena says, question, I'm going to read it exactly as he wrote it, because this is how bad it is. Question is, if it's a player flyable, it despawn too.
So if it's player flyable, is it despawnable too? And the question is, what ship are you talking about?
Yeah. That's a bit...
And before you rejoice at being at my last question,
I didn't read it wrong though, did I, Algared? Like that's how it was written.
That's how it was written.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's a problem. We're reading and we're trying to work out.
Gonna assume he was on the
written with punctuation. But
gonna assume he was on the. Gonna assume he was on the phone.
Most likely.
Yeah.
I've also got to remind you, you have to do the giveaway.
Yeah, we have to do the giveaway. All right, cool. All right, so I'm. I guess essentially it's closed off. I'm on the gold one. All right, copying this over.
And
I'm gonna
while you're doing that,
so I'm not going to be showing this on screen because I also have to check if the person is a subscriber. So I will do that now though.
But I will do the last question while you're doing that. And the last question is from It's Your Boy. And they say, we didn't see anything about escape pods in Citizencon, did we? Not that I recall. No.
That's not working.
So that's our last question. Wow. That was an easier question to answer.
I'm going to do this. Man, I'm going to struggle with this. 16. It asked me a math question, Algared. There we go.
And that sucks. I'm screwed if you ask me math questions.
There's something I haven't done here and it won't let me go ahead.
Result settings, add them at a theme color. Nope.
Alright. I don't know why this is not working. No.
He's just checking the things. I'm watching what he's doing on the screen and something's not working.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Yes, we're trying to work out who wins our A1.
Trying to work out what 9 plus 7 is, and it's 16, but it's telling me I'm wrong.
Is it 9 divided by 7 or 9 minus 7?
Shit, that could be divided by. Wait, I'm gonna copy it.
Put it in your calculator and
no,
get
it's
your
plus.
calculator result.
No,
It's plus.
No, yeah, it's 16.
16.
Yeah, but why isn't it working? God damn it.
Did you press return after you did the sum?
Is it something stupid like that? No.
Raffle settings, number of winners 1. Show random names, duration of seconds, no. It's broken. You broke it.
Yeah, I'm gonna try the other one that came up before. Just give me a
Yep.
It's not as good as this one though. I've used that one every time. It's been very good. This one's not as good.
How do you enter the giveaway, Direwolf? We've closed it for entry, but it was...
Well, no, it's not closed. If you're really quick, if you can get there before I do it.
If you really go before he does it, you go to our Citizencon Day 2 video and leave a comment.
But you better be like lightning. Oh, and you got to subscribe and...
Yeah, subscribe, like, and leave a comment.
Okay. Include replies. Allow duplicates. No. Anything goes. Keyword. No. That's
Anything
fine.
goes.
Continue.
We just want.
It's got to load all the comments. Wait, is that what it was? This? I hadn't waited for it to load.
I wonder if it hadn't loaded the comments.
Oh, that's what it was. Look here. Look.
Get your own comments. Get your comments.
Following code as 9. Get your comments. Now it's working. God damn it. What's
Right,
what?
so now-
2 plus what is 7. Sorry, there's something wrong with the code. Code 5. Please refresh the page. Okay, there's something wrong with the code. I'll just do it again. Tick. 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 5 plus 2 is 7. And get your comments. There we go. And start. Okay, so now don't read this out, because now I'm going to check this with...
And the winner is...
No, it's not. Shut up, Algared. You can say it once I've checked it.
I wasn't going to say it.
You're just teasing me, right? Okay.
I was just teasing you. You should know that by now.
Yep.
That's right. No one gets a ship.
Yep.
It's mine. It's my precious.
Algared wins the ship. That's how it is.
I win the ship. Woohoo!
This was not rigged at all, honestly.
You heard it. You heard it first. I get the ship.
Yeah. Right. Into the YouTube studio.
Please. Can't keep doing the drum roll for that long. I'd go.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Algared.
I'd die. That's okay.
Your thumb would break, and I'm sorry this is taking so long. I should have thought of it earlier. I usually do. I can't remember where to go. I'm trying to look this.
When we do a giveaway, we actually, in fact, even when we do our giveaway of starter ships, we exclude ourselves.
Yeah, we exclude ourselves, but we also check into to make sure people are subscribed, and that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to see
subscribers, our YouTube subscribers list. And just say, I'll just scroll up YouTube chat and see if there are any questions that we didn't answer that are there that I could, do. Should I put laser cannons on my F8 instead of repeaters? Choice. I prefer to have my lasers of choice are actually the Hurston Dynamics. I forgot the name, but I like the Hurston Dynamic ones. The one that kind of the idea of they build up, they heat up really quickly, and as they heat up, they dish out more damage. I never like the cannons over the repeaters because I would miss more than I hit. So I prefer repeaters as well. Other people would prefer cannons. It really is a choice. I also hate using ballistics because I run out of ammo. Unless I'm doing Arena Commander, because then I can pick up ammo. But yeah, it really is choice. 6 to 1, half a dozen. Take whatever you like. Try them out and then go try them all.
Okay, that person is a subscriber, so they win. Algared, you can read that out.
I can't read their name. That's too small.
All right, I'll put it in really big text for you. Hold on. Can you read that?
Yep.
So just say
Parker.
the first. Yeah. Parker XGPS.
You said just read Parker and then you go.
Well, okay, you get to read half. I get to read the other half. But it's Parker XGPS is the winner. Are you here, Parker? Probably not. So Parker, reach out to me. I will leave a comment on your comment telling you. And if you haven't claimed it by this time next week, we'll give it to someone else. But I do want to do the review on the weekend, so it'll have to be like Monday or Tuesday that we get it off to you. So yeah, congrats, Parker. I'm just going to put it in YouTube. And I'll put it on. Okay, so you've won yourself an A1 Spirit. I do believe it comes with the Argent paint or whatever it's called as well. The white one.
The one that was with the pack is what it's called. Yeah. Whatever was in the pack, that's what you've got.
Yeah, so cool. I will leave a comment on this real quick. With that, then I think we can kind of wrap up now, Algared. Don't forget, we need to find someone on Twitch. Holy shit, this has been disorganized today.
Yep.
Was it Twitch?
See what happens when we change our routine? It's all Disco's fault.
Yeah.
I'm blaming Disco. Disco, where was ISC?
Yeah.
Just because you had Citizencon is no excuse.
Yeah. So we don't get a chance to ever raid this person because they're never online. So I'm going to raid Buster the Destroyer. Absolutely bust her follow bot for me because she's got some ridiculous things going. And yeah, just tell her, ask her about the dresses and fashion because she's really into that stuff. And she would definitely enjoy the raid. And I'll be along shortly.
To say hi.
Yes.
So say goodbye. Say goodbye to.
Just making sure I was spelling it correctly because I haven't written that. There we go. Yeah, cool. Awesome.
So bye Twitch.
Yeah, bye Twitch. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you guys next week. And off they go now. And they're gone. All right, YouTube, thanks for stopping by. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Again, we'll get you those shows up to on the weekend. All right, with that, don't forget to like, subscribe, ring that notification bell, and thank you to all those people who go the extra mile on the end credits after the show. After that, he's been Algared.
He's been Execute, and we're out of here. Take care.
Catch you the next one.